invocation to be led by Member James Anthony Cuenco.
Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we humbly bow before you, seeking guidance and strength as we fulfill our duty in faithfully promoting the well-being of our beloved city. Grant our administration a ministry of service to all, not the few. To us leaders of this city, grant us wisdom in upholding public interest and veer away from a welter of competing private claims and prejudices. We pray, O Lord, that you guide us as we endeavor to serve you in a manner that is worthy of this position of influence. This we ask for your greater glory. Amen.
Good morning to all of us. Before we start with the session today, we acknowledge the presence of the students from the University of San Carlos, College of Liberal Arts or Bachelor of Arts of the University of San Carlos. Please rise to be acknowledged by the members of the council. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presence also. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Honorable Nendelhans Abelia, Honorable Cicinio Andales, Honorable Nestor Archival Sr., Honorable Alvin Arcilia, Honorable Roberto Cabarubias, Honorable Marianida Cabrera, Honorable Gerardo Carillo, Honorable James Anthony Cuenco, Honorable Alvin Dizon, Honorable Eugenio Gabuya Jr., Honorable Leia Hapson, Honorable Margarita Osmania, Honorable Richard Osmania, Honorable Marianne de los Santos, Honorable David Tumulak, Honorable Noel Eleuterio Wenceslao, and Honorable Philip Zafra. There are 12 members of this august body who are present today, Mr. Chair.
With 13 members present in today's session, including the chair, this council has achieved the quorum requirement to validly transact business. Madam Secretary, what's the next order of business in today's agenda?
Item E, reading of the minutes of the previous regular session held on March 2, 2016, and let's dispense with an approval of the same.
Member Margarita Osmeña, the majority leader, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning to all. I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes and approve the same, Mr. Chair.
There is an omnibus motion of Member Osmeña to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous session held on March the 2nd, 2016, and duly seconded by Member Cuenco. Discussion, objection, there being none, the omnibus motion of Member Margarita Osmeña is hereby carried. What's the next order of business, Madam Secretary?
Letter F, public hearing on the following matters. For the first matter, we have the proposed ordinance sponsored by Member Leia Hapson entitled, An Ordinance Naming the Street from the boundary of Barangay Tawason in City of Ilaya until the boundary of Barangay Canduman in Barangay Talamban, Cebu City as Alfonso A. Arcilia Street.
Do we have speakers, Madam Secretary, who manifested their intention to speak in today's public hearing?
There's none, Mr. Chair.
So Since there is none, may we just hear from the proponent to give us an insight of what this proposed measure is all about. Do we have representatives from the Barangay Council of Talamban? Any? Oh, yes, member.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have Councilor Sunny Inocando and Alex Layson, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Inocando and Councilor Leson. Madam Secretary, for the record, place there that these members of the Barangay Talamban Council are present in today's public hearing.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Do you intend to speak before this August body? Whether your observations be
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think Councilor Inocando, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Inocando. So before we call on the Honorable Inocando, may we request the proponent, the Honorable Leah Hapson, to give us an insight of what this proposed measure is all about. Member Hapson, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Today's public hearing is for the proposed ordinance entitled An Ordinance Naming the Street from the boundary of Barangay Tawason in Sitio Ilaya until the boundary of Barangay Canduman and Barangay Talamban, Cebu City as Alfonso A. Arcilla Street. This is in honor and memory of the late Barangay Captain Alfonso Arcilla, who is considered as the father of the modern Talamban. Under Host administration, new projects and innovative programs have been implemented which lead to the barangay development framework of transforming what Barangay Talamban is today. The barangay officials of Barangay Talamban, through Barangay Resolution number 230, dated February 10, 2015, had recommended and supported the naming of the unnamed street as Alfonso Arcilla Street.
Barangay Talamban during his incumbency. So may we now call on the speaker,
We have Councilor Sonny Inocando of Barangay Talamban.
You are now recognized.
Good morning to each one of us. Actually, sir, on the barangay side of Talamban, I was the proponent for this particular naming of street. Actually, as I remember, around early 60s, ang muagi diya sir Balsara gid og Kurmata Kargahag Tubo. So we realized, sir, as barangay official nga tungod sa economic activity sa Talamban, idako na gyud ba. And then there's no proper naming, and then ang address dili pa gyud kayo ma-recognize. So that is our second step nga mag-renumbering mi dihan dapita. Once this will be identified as Alfonso Arcilla Street and recognized by the City Council, the next step for us is to numbering on that particular road. So I think, sir, that this all my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Inocando, any comment, any rejoinder from any member of the council? So we are now, Honorable Inocando is now excused. Any more speaker, Madam Secretary?
No more speakers, Mr. Chair.
So what is then the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member Hapson.
may I ask Councilor Inocando to submit the position paper, Mr. Chair, for the final deliberation, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Inocando, there is a request from the proponent to submit to this August body your observations reduced into writing for the purpose of the perusal of the other members during the final deliberation of this proposed measure. Thank you. So
Move to terminate.
There's a
the public
motion
hearing,
to
Mr. Chair.
terminate by the proponent, seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. What's the next order of business, Madam Secretary?
Our next matter for public hearing for today is the proposed ordinance sponsored by Member Alvin Dizon entitled An Ordinance Requiring All Malls Within the City of Cebu to have a clinic within a medical team on standby during regular operating hours and providing penalties for violations thereof.
Do we have speakers, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker, Mr.
One
Chair.
speaker. Before we call on the lone speaker, maybe request Member Dizon to give us a gist of what this proposed measure is all about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Article 13, Section 11 of the Philippine Constitution provides that the state shall endeavor to make essential goods, health, and other social services available to all the people. Section 458 of the Local Government Code of 1991 empowers the Sangguniang Panglungsod to adopt measures to protect the inhabitants of the city from the harmful effects of man-made or natural disasters and calamities, and to provide relief services and assistance for victims during and in the aftermath of said disasters or calamities. Mr. Chairman, it is undeniable. However, the importance of immediate medical care in an emergency, accident, or injury inside a mall is of paramount importance. Thus, it is only proper that malls are fully equipped to address medical emergencies within their premises. It has been observed that in Cebu City, there are malls that have clinics and there are those who do not have any. Furthermore, for those with clinics, each mall's clinic services are also varied. Thus, there is a need to provide standards in the operation of clinics inside our malls. Hence, for purposes of public safety, this humble representation proposed an ordinance mandating all malls within the city of Cebu to have a clinic with a medical team on standby during regular operating hours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Dizon. May we now call on the speaker, Madam Secretary.
Our lone speaker is from Robinson's Cybergate, Mr. Richard Sarmiento.
Mr. Richard Sarmiento, you are now recognized. Please take the podium.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the members of the council. Actually, I don't have any position, but I just want to ask something about the proposed ordinance. I am also agree.
You are covered, no? We will study your manifestation, Mr. Chairman, especially in the case of Robinson's kay Duol Ramo Dia sa hospitals. No? But under the proposed measure, you are covered to comply with the provisions, no, proposed provisions of the ordinance. But nonetheless, we will carefully study your manifestation, and this is precisely why we are having this public hearing to hear the comments of various stakeholders.
Thank you, Member Dizon.
Do you have any other recommendations, sir?
In as much as we want to comply with the provisions like the manpower, at the same time the materials, we need also to check, well, this is also for the good of the customers and at the same time the employees. We are also looking into that, but we are also asking for your consideration because on our part, we are still also, like what we did, we are also preparing budget for this.
I'm just curious, sir. Right now, as of the moment, do na ba mo'y emergency personnel diha sa Robinsons?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And
we have emergency team.
okay. All right.
Same, there would be incidents. We would employ first aid, and we are connected to a hospital which we can bring immediately the patients or the customers.
Conduct CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Yes, Your Honor. We do annual first aid training from the...
Including CPR.
Yeah, yes, sir. We
Thank
do.
you. Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Abelia, please.
Good morning, sir. I'm just curious, na ba'y nahitabo nga incident sa inyong mall nga emergency incident?
So far, I had in my mall in Robinson's Puente, I had two. Okay, one was a customer while on the way to the mall was trying to text and bumped immediately to the front glass. What we did, our guard responded to the first aid, and then since the bleeding was so intense, we have driven him to the nearby Veles Hospital on that day. And then the second one was in Cybergate. There was this cancer patient who happened to be on the CR not intended for them, pero na slides siya. Then she was, because the Cybergate has clinics also, immediately she was rushed to the clinics and was assessed and then brought to Chonghua for further medical.
Thank you. Member Angeles?
I just want, because I've been going to Cybergate more often than not, I just want to know, is there a clinic there in Robinson, Cybergate? There are a lot of clinics upstairs, no? Medical, but in the mall itself.
That's the one, Your Honor, na if we are still required, because in the 3rd and the 4th we have clinics and we coordinated with them if in case there will be incidents. And then if needs hospitalization, we would bring it to Chonghua Hospital.
Because you made mention a while ago that you brought the customer to the clinic. What clinic are you referring to?
Like the one katong cancer patient, she fell down on the CR. So we have her checked with the COI, Cebu Orthopedic Institute, and then after that, she was referred to the Chonghua for the regular medication.
But as far as the mall is concerned, there is no existing clinic.
No, sir.
Even in the Robinson Galleria, there's none.
Robinson's Galleria, sir, naa, sir. They have clinic and then standby 24 hours nurses, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Member Angeles? Yes, Member Dizon, please.
Speaker, anyway, if this proposed measure will be passed, all malls are given 6 months, moratorium from the date of the passage of the measure. In other words, the city government will give you ample time to comply with the provisions of this ordinance. I'm just curious, in kaso doon ay maaksidente, ma-slide, kaya ang inyong empleyado wala maka map sa inyong floor nya na aksidente nya mo incur og kanang galastuhan sa hospital, kinsa may mobayad? Kamoy mobayad?
Yes, sir. We have tied up with UC Med. We will bring the patients immediately to UC Med, and then all expenses will be covered by the mall, paid by the mall on behalf of the patient.
Yeah, you made mention about your clinic sa Robinson's Galleria. Ako nang gisuroy, no? In drafting this proposed measure, nituyo ko sa mga malls, usa sa mga gibisita nako ang Robinson's Galleria. Well, you're right, doon na mo'y clinic, pero nakabutang dito for employees only man. The last time dito ko. So,
If I may refer with my partner also.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and all members and attendees of this meeting. I'm Con Sagisag. I'm also with operations of Galleria Cebu. Regarding the question of Sir,
Yes.
For mall employees, I have to validate that because as of now, wala man to nakabutang na for employees only. I have to revalidate it because I have with me here our nurse. I asked her to attend also. And it's confirmed there's no for employees only. It's actually open for customers, for employees as well, and even for our agency employees if naatoy mga emergency cases.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gisag.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may elaborate further why this humble representation proposed this measure. Usa ka adlaw niya na ni bisita ko usa ka mall, no, on a weekend unya kanang first showing sa mga sinihan kay bawo man ta nga ang atong mga senior citizens libre man ang pagtan-aw og sini. Then ni atong adlaw perting daghanang senior citizen nga dunay usa ka senior citizen in town nga na slide. Unya it took the management of that mall, no, akong gitayman mga 15 minutes nga niabot ang ilang personnel para pag-atiman sa maong senior citizen nga na slide. Nga pag-abot pa gyud sa ilang personnel murag wa kay baw kung say buhaton ba. So ang mga tao dito nga maupay ni tabang no ni administer sa kuan sa tabang sa katong na slide nga senior citizen. So sa dihang ako ning naobserbaran mao ni ang rason nagtukbod nako Mr. Chairman nga ni file nini nga measure kay kanang musakay ka og escalator for example Mr. Chairman, can you imagine kung usa ka senior citizen masangit ang iyang tiil nga nakaibaw man tani nga duna na ning mga insidente dito sa China nga nangahog sa ilang escalator no. So mao na nga this is a proactive measure Mr. Chairman nga kung aprobahan ni sa konseho makatabang ni pag-promote sa safety sa atong health and safety sa atong mga constituents.
Thank you, Member Dizon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Tumulak, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like also to commend Honorable Alvin in preparing this measure. For the information, Mr. Chair, in fairness of Ayala, Gaisano Metro, SM, some companies in IT Park, and some companies in Ayala, such as Lexmark and other BPOs, they already submitted their emergency plan, emergency disaster plan within their company. And besides, they already submitted also to the Office of the Cebu City Disaster Risk Reduction for proper coordination in times of emergency. I would just like also to i-incorporate lang siguro na to, Councilor Dizon, no? Ang ilahang mga emergency plan so that mahanay nato ang maong ordinansa para sa kaayuhan sa publiko, lakip na sa ato ang mga empleyado. At the same time, sa mga responders nga mo adto sa usa ka establishment in times of emergency. I will support Mr. Chair, the Honorable Alvin, and I will give him also other inputs to strengthen these measures. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Tumulak. Any more rejoinder, Ms. Dizon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the manifestation of support of Member Tumulak. We are proposing this measure, Mr. Chairman, in order to provide standards in the operation of clinics inside the malls. Kay managlahi magod ang ilang standards ba. So gusto nato with this proposed measure, do natay framework, do natay standard unsaon nato pag pahigayon kini emergency response sulod sa atong mga malls sa dakbayan sa Cebu. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Member Dizon. Any more speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we still have two more personalities to
Two
signify
more.
to speak. Mr. Chair, I will call on first from Ayala Center Cebu, Mr. Sam Ting.
Mr. Samping, you are now recognized.
Mr. Chair, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Sam Ting from Ayala Center Cebu. I would just like to clarify lang some items, Councilor Dizon. We have a merchant-operated, tenant-operated clinic in the mall. Does this, kanang appeal na sa, pwede na siya mo qualify sa atong proposed ordinance? And also, if mo qualify ba siya, ang service fee, is the merchant operated clinic allowed to collect service fees from the customers or employees? And lastly, Ayala Center Cebu fully supports this proposed ordinance, and we welcome this new development.
As to your question, Mr. Ting, under Section 9 of the proposed measure, attending responsibility and attending to patients, the mall management shall take responsibility in handling the patient before turning over to the authorized medical responders and rescuers. So, medyo general broad pa ang maong provision kung i-allow ba nato ang mall management no nga maubay mo shoulder sa expenses or ang katubang kuan, but we will again, as I stated earlier, we will further study or manifestation. Tanawan nato kung mahimo ba nato nga incorporate na o aron ma-enhance nato ang proposed measure. Pero diha sa Ayala, like for example katong just for the sake of discussion, Mr. Ting, katong nahitabo nga cinema sa Ayala, one
Yes,
over
sir.
cinema nga ni collapse ang iyang ceiling.
Yes, sir.
Diha man to'y mga na-injured nga mga customers ninyo. What happened? Unsa may gibuhat ninyo og
We administered first aid.
Alright.
Kay naamantay kanang full-time safety marshals in the mall. We have 5 safety marshals. Naka-shift, on shift na sila. Aside from 2 nurses nga naka-shift sad. We administered first aid, then we turned over them to Perpetual Socor. Pinakadool na tong hospital sa mall for proper medical treatment.
and the medical expenses nga na-incur sa mga customers niyo kinsa may
Yes,
shoulder
yes, kami
the
ma-shoulder, sir.
management of Ayala.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any more question?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If we have no more questions, you are now excused, Mr. Something.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair. From Elizabeth Mall, Mr. Paul Geronimo.
Mr. Paul Geronimo, you are now recognized.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Richard Paul Di Geronimo. I'm from Davao City. I'm new here in Cebu. I am representing in behalf of Madam Elizabeth Gango. When it comes to safety of the customers and the tenants, especially, and the employee, Elizabeth Mall stands on it is positive. We are on clinic, sir. We support the said recommendation of yours. As of now, we have our own clinic. We have our nurse every day, not 24 hours, but operation day. We have our shifting nurse. When it comes to sir, something regarding on charging the customers or any injury, any incident that had happened in the mall, there's no charges on them. It's free. We give them free. Even they are not the customers of Elizabeth Mall. Kahit sa labas, no? Meron kami nangyari sa amin incident halos every day na sa labas ng mall na disgrasya. I always instruct my personnel, no? Especially my department, to assist them, no? To let them inside the mall and help them, give them first aid.
Thank you, Mr. Geronimo, for the favorable endorsement of the proposed measure. Thank you. More power to Elizabeth Mall.
Mr. Chair.
Likewise, sir.
Yes, Member Cuenco, you're recognized. Mr.
If I-
Geronimo, here's some questions.
No, anyway, I just want to make a comment. Actually, I believe the operative theme here in the ordinance is to provide the free medical service in the mall when it is needed. So, as the term goes, the first responders. So, even if there are clinics operating in the mall, private clinics, the mall is responsible to provide the first aid medical assistance. So it is inconsequential if there are, like in the case of Cybergate Mall, where there are medical clinics upstairs, when it is a mall operating for the public, establishments are there, it is the responsibility of the mall to provide immediate medical assistance through a clinic which is under them. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Cuenco.
Besides,
Yeah,
Mr.
Rich
Chair,
Mayor.
if I may.
Also add, sir, that
Yes, go ahead,
this
please.
provision should not limit itself to malls. I think it should be recommended to other establishment, not just malls.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member
I think
Carrillo.
the provision of the labor code provides that if you employ or your establishment would occupy a population of more than 100 personnel, it is mandatory for you to have a clinic to provide and have a provision for the employees or personal residing or probably using the same building. And there is a graduated as how many individual is there in the are there in the establishment. I think it's provided pretty well in the labor code, and there is a compliance. The DOLI is supposed to conduct an annual inspection whether you are complying with this provision. I think you are pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that you're aware of the provision of the labor code regarding health provision, especially on the people or personnel utilizing a building. So it's not exactly limiting to malls, but the provision of the labor code expands to any buildings, any establishment, commercial buildings and establishment that will employ or house more than 100 personnel. I think, Mr. Chair, the labor code provides a provision of such kind.
Member Carrillo, so any more objection, any more rejoinder, any more comment? You're now excused. Mr. Hieronimo, thank you for your presence.
Mr. Chair, we
Yes.
still have one more speaker.
One more speaker.
Yes, Dr. Daisy Villa of City Health Department.
Dr. Daisy Villa of the City Health Department, you are recognized.
Maayong buntag, Mr. Chair, and maayong buntag sa tanang councilors. Actually, I would agree, no, indicated in the DOLI na code, the occupational safety and health provision. So it is stated that it is divided in small scale, medium scale, and large scale. So usually, the DOLI is, nakita nato nga, 100 to less than 50, that is, kinahanglan they have the first aider. Then, 100 to 199, there should be a part-time. That there is a nurse, but the doctor may not be staying there, but 200 above, there should be a physician, a full-time physician that should be in the malls, yes, establishment. So, and the problem is, there are actually malls that is non-compliant. That is why they have to have that work stoppage. Especially, they are given time to comply the requirement. So, if dili nila ma-comply, so mo na ipa-stop ang operation, anya, until nga ma-comply nila. Ang second problem is that the DOLI has the inspectors. They have its inspectors, sanitary inspectors, to conduct the inspection of the establishment, but their number is less. So kulang jud kaayo ang ilang sanitary inspector to conduct more frequent. That is why makita nato ang compliance dili jud nila kuan permi.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Mr.
Member
Chairman.
Dizon.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Then,
good morning,
Member
Dr. Villa.
Carrillo.
Thank you for being here. Salamat. Under Section 10 of the proposed measure, your office, the Cebu City Health Office, together with the Cebu City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, are tasked to monitor the effective implementation of this ordinance. May I know from from your end kung doon na ba tay enough personnel nga mutabang nato pag inspect sa mga malls just to ensure nga kung maaprobahan ning maong ordinansa ni sunod gyud ang atong mga malls.
Ang ako lang kasulti cons, ang atong inspector has only a number of, I think, 28, and they are catering 20,000 plus establishment. So, I think kulang jud siya kaayo. Pero, ako silang giingnan na lang nga if during the inspection, mas maayo siguro kay they will be inspecting. So, kung ma-appeal nila check, it would be kuan, pero dili gyud siya masol kuan namo kay even gani ang ato ganing kanang uban nga dili na lang sa pagkakaroon the first quarter actually nag-issue na lang tag office issued nga inspection report because di jud madala nga maadto. So we give priorities especially for those food establishment.
So, for the record, we have a total of 24 inspectors sa City Health. Doing monitoring work of
the whole
18,000 establishments?
20 plus, I think 23 or
23,000 establishments. Kuwang region na.
Kuwang kayo.
Yeah, they also do the environmental every Thursday and Friday, they conduct the environmental sanitation.
Thank you, Dr. Aurelia.
Thank you, Member Dizon. It's now
Mr.
here
Chairman.
from Member Carrillo.
In the ordinance itself, the penalty that is imposed under Section 12 is 5,000 pesos. Now, requiring them to have this full staff would probably, especially if you require them to have a emergency vehicle, that will cost millions. Do you think the establishment will just pay the 5,000 instead of complying? Because this will entail millions. Would you think, Dr. Villar?
Siguro, mas mukuan sila o
bayad na sila 5,000.
Pero Councilor, as far as I have talked with the PCOM, with the physician for that one of the physician in the establishment is actually they had to close the establishment.
That is as far as the labor code is concerned. I'm trying to discuss about the ordinance because the penalty that we're trying to discuss here is the 5,000 fine. I think we need to place probably imprisonment for those who really willfully violate the provision of the ordinance, not just fine, because here we are just talking here of fines. Now, in the labor code, those who are employing more than 100 or there are occupants in the building of more than 100 people, they are required to have occupational and health officer.
Yes.
Now, how does this occupational and health officer work towards a city health office? Is there a link between this occupational and health officer designated and provided for under the labor code? Is there a link with the city health department and with this occupational and health officer mandated under the labor code?
Usually, the occupational, the health services that they provide is from private doctors. So, for under the PCOM.
But you have a connection with them, with these health officers?
Yes, pwede na nato siya ma-call.
Ma-organize.
Yes,
because this is required under the labor code. In fact, as you correctly stated, if the establishment fails to implement this, there should be a work stoppage or a work, there's a halt on the operation of the establishment if they will not be able to comply with this provision. The labor code is pretty strict on the compliance of this provision of the law. In the compliance and the inspection of DOLI, do they involve or will they involve your office in the conduct of the inspection?
No. Because they have also their health and safety inspectors.
But nowhere in that they will call you to also inspect.
No.
So that is a pretty ground for us to also include that in the ordinance, the involvement of our city health officer in the conduct of the inspection as far as because the provision on occupational and health officers to be appointed is pretty enshrined in the labor code. But again, there are a lot of establishments within the city of Cebu that are not complying with this provision. I believe you're correct. We need to inspect the establishment whether they are complying. And probably in the ordinance, we need to have, because in the labor code, the penalty imposed is heavier. I think it's around 50,000 per violation to 100,000 per violation. Here, it's only 5,000. Probably we can, I understand because there's a limit as far as the fine to be imposed by the local government unit. But I think if we can place a penal provision by way of imprisonment, that would probably help in the enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member Carrillo, Member Dizon.
I concur 100% to the proposal, recommendation of Member Carrillo to include imprisonment in the penalty clause of this proposed measure. But let me just point out the fact, Mr. Chairman, that under this proposed measure, apart from imposing a fine of 5,000 pesos in cases of violation on the provisions of this ordinance, the offender, the city can also cancel, revoke the business permit of any establishments nga mo violate ning provision. So kung nabalakat nga mo bayad lang sila 5,000 kaysa nga mo comply ani, pero kung makanselar po ang ilang business permit, sa dako kay alkansi sila kung dili sila mosunod nining maong provisiones. But I submit to the recommendation of Member Carrillo to include imprisonment in the penalty clause.
And imprisonment for as long as it does not violate the limitations set forth on the local government code, that it should not exceed 1 year imprisonment.
And Mr. Chair, we can also incorporate the immediately work stoppage because that is provided for under the labor code. The labor department through the local government unit can immediately stop the operation because if revocation of the business permit, we need to conduct due process. That means there would be a hearing and that will take a lot of time. And momentarily, the establishment is not complying. The provision of the labor code, immediately there is a work stoppage of the establishment not complying with the provision, Mr. Chair.
Making it immediately executory. Okay. Any more questions? So we can now excuse Dr. Avila. You are now excused, Dr. Avila. What's the pleasure of the body insofar as this? Since we have no more speakers.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I move to terminate.
There's a motion to terminate from Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Cuenco. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. May I request Member Archival to please take the podium because the chair would deliver a very short privilege speech.
Chair? 2 minutes recess, Mr. Chair. Before. Para. Yeah, 2 minutes recess.
2 minute recess.
Since we are on recess, we just acknowledge the presence of our friends from Sarangani province, headed by the Vice Governor, Vice Mayor of what city, what town? Marabatan. Please be recognized. These are all our guests from, they are just dropping by, not necessarily to observe, but just to drop by for a moment, because they'll be going around the city and look at our heritage sites and, of course, the more interesting places in the city of Cebu. Thank you for your presence, Mr. Vice Mayor, the members of the Provincial Board, and the members of the Municipal Council. Thank you very much. There is a suggestion from Member Gabuya for photo opportunity. Mr. Vice Mayor, can you please come up, and the other members? May we request the members of the council to have a photo opportunity with our visitors, with our guests?
Mr. Chairman.
Can
Mr.
we
Chairman,
invite the mayor?
Can we move for this?
The mayor is present,
so that,
Vice.
we will
Anyway,
allow,
yes, we are on recess anyway. Okay. Yes.
we will allow the PCL president to enter, Mr. Chairman.
Can we ask members of the council, please, to come up to have a photo opportunity with our visitors from Sarangani province?
Nice, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Vice. Thank you, Vice. For the opportunity. Salamat. Siya nga mong PCL President, Vice. Attorney Cyril Yap.
I think his counterpart here is Member Hapson. Hapson ba? Hapson? Yes, Hapson. Member Hapson.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Okay, sige.
So, thank you, Vice.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Since we are already on this photo opportunity session, can we request the members or the students from the University of San Carlos, Political Science, to come up for another photo opportunity? Come, please. So you all want to be lawyers, huh? Very good, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can I ask everyone to be in their seats already? Can I have somebody to move for the left, to left the... There's a move to left the suspension of the House rules. Seconded by Councilor Margot Osmeña. Objections, hearing none. Suspended. Session resume.
Fellow members of the Sangguniang Panlunsod, fellow workers in government, students of the Political Science Bachelor of Arts from the University of San Carlos, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, mayong buntag kanatong tanan. I am constrained to deliver this short privilege speech in view of the letter from the Department of Budget Management, Regional Office, addressed directly or addressed to the Sangguniang Panlunsod, of which this humble representation is a member, regarding the annual budget 2016 of this August body. Last March 9, the city government of Cebu received a letter from the regional director of the Department of Budget and Management declaring ordinances number 2445 and 2446 authorizing the annual budget of Cebu City for the year 2016 inoperative. In this letter, the DBM said that the 2016 budget did not include the payment of loans, contractual obligations like debt servicing, as provided for by Section 324, Paragraph B of Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code. Moreover, it pointed out that deficiencies in the budget include the absence of peace and order and public safety plan, gender and development plan and budget, and classification of income receipts, revenues to regular and non-regular services. Allow me, therefore, to just cite some of the antecedent facts regarding the 2016 annual budget. If we may recall, this council enacted Ordinance 2445 and 2446, authorizing the annual budget of Cebu City for the year 2016. However, this proposed measure or this ordinance was passed with 9 votes only, 1 vote short of the majority vote requirement as required by law, which says that it should be a majority of all the members elected and qualified. For the enlightenment of everyone, Article 107, Paragraph G of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of the Local Government Code categorically states, letter G, that no ordinance or resolution passed by the Sanggunian in a regular or special session duly called for the purpose shall be valid unless approved by a majority of the members present, there being a quorum. And this particular line, which applies to the observation of this representation when he was the acting mayor of the city of Cebu, which says that any ordinance or resolution authorizing or directing the payment or money or creating liability shall require the affirmative vote of all the Sanggunian members for its passage. This same provision of law is also cited in the 2008 Budget Operations Manual for the local government units, specifically stating that in order for an appropriation ordinance to be enacted, it needs 50% plus 1 vote of all the members. In view of the foregoing, then, as acting mayor, I wrote to the Sangguniang Panlunsod through the acting presiding officer, informing them that I cannot act on the assailed ordinances because of this very basic rudimentary legal requirement. shall we say, in this particular case, legal infirmity. Further, I exhorted this council to redeliberate on the then proposed budget in the interest of the public. At the very onset, it is clearer than daylight that under the law, there was no annual budget for the year 2016 to begin with, because it failed to pass these requisite provisions as provided for and implementing rules of the local government code and as reiterated by the Department of Budget and Management Manual, the year 2008. However, with all due respect, this council did not heed the call. Instead, the majority passed resolution number 1622-2016, directing the city budget officer to enforce and implement the annual budget of Cebu City for the calendar year 2016. With this act, it has bolstered the view that Cebu City is operating a functional budget. Of course, I may say that this attempt to shroud this year's budget with a mantle of authority has made the Cebuano people believe that the city operates well within the confines of the provisions of the law. And now we have with us a declaration from the Department of Budget Management that the 2016 budget that this body enacted is inoperative. The political skirmishes that this council has been engaging for months have already hit rock bottom, so to speak. The delivery of basic public services, including the garbage collection, the remuneration for the services of our employees, honoraria for some of our city workers, the provision of assistance to our indigent constituents, and all other essential governmental functions are somehow hampered. This declaration has placed us, the declaration of this budget being inoperative, has somehow placed us into the crossroads and pushed us to choose where we should gear ourselves to. This council, from the onset, has trod through perilous waters. Now we are stuck in a quandary that imperils the general welfare of our constituents. With this defect, we need to recognize that the city of Cebu could enter into a state of paralysis, God forbid. Now, we should choose where we stand. In the 2016 budget, there is also an item that provides for election expenses, considering that the local election is forthcoming on May 9, 2016. Despite that the dilemma that the city is in, and of course pursuant to his mandate from the people of Cebu City, the mayor has submitted a letter which carries with it a motion for reconsideration to the DBM on that letter which we received declaring our 2016 budget as inoperative, praying that the said DBM review issued by the regional director be set aside and be given favorable approval. And of course, I wish to inform and reiterate to this august body of that stand of the mayor, asking for a reconsideration of the letter declaring the 2016 budget as inoperative. I think perhaps the reason is that the mayor firmly believes or is firm on the full payment of the foreign loan the city contracted for the SRP and not just for the loan interest. The mayor is firm in his position that the city government must uphold the operability of the 2016 annual city budget. As the members of this august body may recall, the Executive Department submitted on August 14, 2015, the supplemental budget number 1 for the payment of the then 2.4 billion foreign loan that the city contracted for the South Reclamation Project. That is the balance. Due to our failure to pay the loan last year, this obligation has raised to 2.6 billion. According to the mayor, the payment of this loan is in place. Because according to him, he has secured, number one, the resolution from this council, or at least urging the mayor to negotiate for the prepayment of the loan. Second, the mayor has secured a certification from the Bureau of Local Government Finance and Department of Finance that the transaction is within the debt servicing limit. Number three, the letter from the JICA interposing no objection to the prepayment of the loan. Number four, the letter of approval for prepayment from the Bangko ng Sentral ng Pilipinas. And the only document lacking to successfully effectuate the prepayment of the RP loan is enactment of an ordinance from the Sanggunian. While this was tediously and taxingly deliberated by this body, the Executive Department submitted the then proposed 2016 annual budget without the allocation, admittingly, for the payment of loans, contractual obligations as per provided by the Local Government Code, because of the deadline set by Section 318 of Republic Act 71, Section 318 of Republic Act 7160. Again, the Executive Department, in the exercise of its due diligence and enlightened judgment, choose not to allocate for such as SB1 remains pending for consideration, and that in that instance that such will be approved, the Executive will commit a double allocation of public funds. However, even though the payment for loans contractual obligations was not included in the proposed annual budget submitted by the Executive, this body could have inserted the allocation for statutory and contractual obligations as provided for under Article 415 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of the Local Government Code during the final deliberation of the budget. Despite some observations raised by our colleagues, particularly Councilor Noel Wenceslao, to include the payment for the outstanding foreign loan that we have on the then proposed budget, the majority of this body choose not to act on that observation or mandate as pointed out by Member Wenceslao. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, fellow members, we are now on this impasse. I stand here before you this morning, not only as the presiding officer and the vice mayor of the city of Cebu, but I stand here as a citizen of Cebu City. We should not allow that our seemingly political rift be widened nor deepened. We should not allow continuously endangering the welfare of ordinary Cebuanos and driving them into the plight of uncertainty. We should not allow the families of employees who rely on our decisions be left to wander into oblivion, not knowing where to get food on their tables for their next meal. We should stem this political fanfare and work things together. If possible, we should end this political skirmish, this political bickering, political maiming, and political stalemate. We should be a government that heals, not a government that endures. I therefore appeal to my colleagues on this hall to act on the greatest good for the people of Cebu City. I appeal to my colleagues that this time we may set aside our political colors and dispense our moral, legal, and public duties as elected officials. Beyond these halls lies the greater call for us to act and unite to do what is legally and morally right. In conclusion, my dear colleagues, it is now our duty to set our political interests for the good of the ordinary Cebuano We must transcend party lines and provide for the remedy that our city needs. We need to deliberate and decide on the full payment of our obligation for the SRP. We need to break through this bottleneck and roadblock together. We must exert all effort to avert from entering the state of paralysis and make the city government function as it should. I appeal to you. We must act now before it is too late. On that note, may I just move for the notation and leave the matter to the discretion of the members of this council. What kind of legislative intervention in response to the letter sent to us by the director of the Department of Budget and Management? Thank you very much for your patience in listening to this privileged
There's a motion
speech.
to note the privileged speech of Vice Mayor Ricardo Labella, seconded by Member Hans Abella. Discussion?
Discussion.
Discussion.
I'll acknowledge Member Andales, Member Osmeña, then Member Cuenco.
Now, I'm just trying to zero in what act are we going to do? Because you are appealing to us to act legally. What legal act that we are supposed to do?
That is precisely the reason why I delivered this privileged speech to address the matter to the discretion of this office.
In other words, you don't have any idea?
I have an idea, but you know, I am not the
Precisely, I'm
counsel.
asking you,
No,
what is your idea
Let us just
so that we
tone
can
down
act
our
on it?
voice. Mr. Chairman, we are here to deliberate on items that is good for the people. Well, let us not raise our voices. We
No,
are
it's-
civilized.
that's my natural voice. You
That's
know that.
okay.
I don't have that bedroom voice like yours. Huh?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ah.
point of parliamentary. The motion is a motion for notation, Mr. Chair. Probably, if there's an action that we are going to take, it is and should be in the corollary motion. I think it is best and proper for us to discuss the motion for notation.
Mr. Chair, we are now in a discussion. We want to be guided because the Vice Mayor has an idea. We want to know what is
Probably,
the idea.
Member
that-
Andales would raise it in the corollary motion if he has,
No.
Mr. Chair, and then we will discuss the appropriate action.
The
Right
chair
now,
will allow for
dependent.
recess. Stop it.
We want to know.
request everyone to be in their seats already. Member Leah, Member Babes and Dallas. Session resume. There was this move to note by the Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilor Hans Abelia. Since there are no objections, the notation is now approved.
Mr. Chair,
Councilor.
may I also rise on the note of personal
Please.
and collective privilege, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to my fellow colleagues. This is done in response to what the privilege speech that was given earlier. First of all, this is, as mentioned by the speaker, our Vice Mayor Edgar Labella. Of course, we are all concerned of what the effects are of the DBM's declaration that the 2016 budget is considered inoperative. But it is also very clear in the letter that they have they have, first of all, that we should act on a reenacted budget, and there are also courses, and there is also a recourse what we must do to correct the situation. The blaming at this point is really pointless also. And to recall again the actions that were done in the past to try to pass an SB1 of 2015, which at this point is really moot and academic because we're already in 2016. And then to say that the 2016 budget, as approved by the majority in this council, is not really valid because there was a question on the quorum. But in the letter of the DBM declaring the 2016 submitted budget as inoperative, it does not mention that as a reason that it is inoperative. It is very clear, as mentioned by the speaker, why they considered the 2016 submitted annual budget as inoperative, aside from the fact that aside from the point that there was no appropriation included for the contractual obligation of the installment payment of the SRP that was due, that is due this year. There were also other deficiencies that were noted, but can be corrected. Yes, we agree. We must go forward, but let's not blame each other anymore, saying that at this point, the majority. It's like we just wanted to push the budget. And if I recall, at that time, it was mentioned that the acting mayor would then ask the DILG if indeed the past appropriation budget for 2016 was valid on the basis that it lacked a quorum. I will not go into the legality anymore because I am not a lawyer. But we do know that we did stand on very firm legal grounds also. And we could quote, when the time comes, and if necessary, why we believe so. I will not do that now because, again, I said I am not a lawyer. But at this point, why don't we just follow what the DBM that we did receive? The fact remains is we received a letter from the DBM. And if I may expand this, actually this all started with a letter dated February 19, 2016, again from the DBM, addressed to the members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod through the Honorable Mayor Michael L. Rama, regarding, again, in essence, that upon observation and upon preliminary evaluation of the proposed annual budget submitted to them for their review, they found that there were deficiencies. They therefore gave the city government 10 working days to submit different forms. If I may just read, form number 6, statement of debt service, duly certified, by the city accountant and noted by the city mayor, and the form number 7, statement of, anyway, whatever, for statutory and contractual obligations and budgetary requirements, duly certified by the local finance committee and approved by the city mayor. Non-submission of the above documents within 10 days from receipt of this letter would constrain this office to review the fiscal year 2016 annual budget of the City of Cebu on the basis of pertinent information in the 2015 documents on file. We never received a copy of this, even if it was addressed to the Sangguniang Panglungsod. I only heard about it, therefore, I got a copy because I did write the Department of Budget and Management and asked them officially for a copy. That is how I got this. In other words, if I'm reading this correctly, upon review of the annual budget as submitted to them, they found certain deficiencies, and the most glaring of which was the lack of appropriation for the contractual obligation to pay for the SRP. Given 10 days, we were given 10 days to comply and to prove that we had no existing loan as of this point. Obviously, we could not do that because there is an existing loan. Whatever reasons, again, let's not get into that, but the fact remains that there was a contractual obligation as of this point. So therefore, in a letter dated March 7, and as mentioned by our chairman and received by the city government on March 9, this was declared inoperative. That is really a very simple narrative of what happened. Let's not get any more into how we voted, how we not. The fact remains that it is inoperative. Therefore, at this point, I would move that pursuant to the DBM letter dated March 7, 2016, stating that the appropriation ordinances are declared inoperative in its entirety, effective immediately, we strongly urge the city treasurer, the city accountant, and the budget officer, and of course, the city mayor, to comply with the decision of the Department of Budget and Management. I move for the approval.
There's a
of my
motion of
proposal,
Member
Mr.
Margaret
Chair.
Osmeña, seconded by Member Abella. Discussion, Mr. Chair. Discussion, Member
Just want to
Wenceslao.
from
Discussion, Mr. Chairman.
the Speaker, what
No,
will be the effect?
Okay. Let's hear first from Member Andales.
What will be the effect if we have to follow the opinion of DBM that reenacted budget in 2015?
I may read from the DBM itself. Consequently, in view thereof, consequently, the previous year's budget is deemed reenacted until the enactment and approval of a new ordinance authorizing the annual appropriations, taking into account the above-mentioned findings. Nevertheless, it is understood that in the implementation of the reenacted budget, only the annual appropriation for salaries and wages of existing positions, statutory and contractual obligations, and essential operating expenses authorized in the annual and supplemental budgets for the preceding year shall be deemed reenacted pursuant to Section 323 of Republic Act number 7160. We will then be operating on the reenacted budget. Of course, that is the 2015. Because right now, as stated again by our chair, we are in a quandary. And even the city accountant in the today's newspaper said that they are in a quandary. And so what is happening? It has been mentioned that even our salaries of all employees are now in a quandary, frozen. Where will they charge? If we charge it to the 2016 as mentioned, and as I think, if I may say, ordered by the mayor, then we are recognizing that the 2016 is valid, contrary to what the vice mayor said earlier. But if we did the 2015, then there shouldn't be a problem. So that is really, that's why I'm also confused, no?
Yeah, but the DBM said, in the second paragraph, in view thereof, the said appropriation ordinances are hereby declared inoperative in their entirety, effective immediately.
Yes.
So, in other words, we could no longer. So the budget for this year is for 2015. So we have to.
For the DB, as far as the DBM is concerned, but again, there were arguments that were raised earlier in the earlier privilege speech. But I think those arguments are not for this council. That is between the executive department and the DBM.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
So,
Member Andales.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Just final.
Yes, let's follow up. Allow Member Andales to speak.
So in other words, because during the hearing in the budget, it was Ma'am Oliva, Ma'am Diwa said that the executive department deliberately, intentionally omitted to place amount for the loan. So, in other words, the executive department is the one to be answerable to this letter of DBM because it's not the council. Because we cannot inject amount there for the loan of SRP. Do I get it right?
I can't answer that because I really think I shouldn't be the one answering all these questions at this point. We just have to get through with this resolution that we must operate on a budget. We cannot have no budget, right? So what are we, the question is, what budget should we operate on? And it has been very clearly stated by the DBM that we must operate on a reenacted budget effective immediately.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Member Andales, let's hear from Member Wenceslao. Member Wenceslao, please.
Yeah.
Member Abella, then
I
Member
I understand, Mr. Chair, that the motion of Member Osmeña is to urge the executive department to immediately comply with the recommendation of DBM. And I agree to that, Mr. Chair. But however, I would just like Member Osmeña to explain to us what are the recommendations of DBM that will be that should be complied, because it's very generic. We should know that.
I think you should ask the DBM, not me. I mean, this is not for me to answer. I'm not the DBM. I'm just reading from the letter of the DBM.
Is that stated there? What are the items that to be complied? What should be complied with?
May I read it again then,
yes,
please?
Yes,
and maybe we should... See, that's the problem because we did not get a copy. And it is addressed to the members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. And all of us are members. So this should have been issued to each and every one of us so that we don't have to ask these questions now. But it was not. It was not. And I had to ask a copy of this from the city treasurer because it came out in the newspaper. And now I have to answer. But anyway, let me read. Let me read, please. Again, I read this already earlier. In view thereof, the said appropriation ordinances are declared inoperative in their entirety, effective immediately. Consequently, the previous year's budget is deemed reenacted until the enactment and approval of a new ordinance authorizing the annual appropriations, taking into account the above-mentioned findings.
So, Mr. Chair, in other words, the DBM wants us to comply, wants us to make amendment or revise annual budget that will include, that was not included as a statutory and contractual obligation, which is the amortization of the loan.
And among others, yes, if I understand it correctly.
And there are others.
And there are others also, Member Wenceslao.
There are others.
A copy At this point, we point out the following deficiencies in the submitted documents so that similar deficiencies will be avoided in your succeeding budget submissions. A copy of the LGU's Peace and Order and Public Safety Plan has not been included in the submission pursuant to COA DBM, the ILG, GGC, the ND Joint Circular number 2015-01 dated January 8, 2015. Second, the fiscal year 2016 GAD plan and budget duly approved by the DILG has not been included in the submission. This requirement is again pursuant to so-and-so. And third, in adherence to statutory requirements and as prescribed under LBP Form Number 1, page 72 of the Budget Operations Manual for LGU's 2008 edition, it is requested that income receipts revenues be classified into income receipts, revenues from regular sources, and income receipts, revenues from non-regular sources. So that's only one, but that's the main one, I think, a member
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Okay, is that clear?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
I think we acknowledge first Member Carrillo, then Member Abella. Yes. Member Carrillo, Member Abella first.
Okay.
It's taken one by one.
Well, while I'm supporting the motion of Madam Member Margot Osmeña, Mr. Chair, urging the Executive Department to comply with the DBM report. My question, Mr. Chair, what is now the effect of the reconsideration made by the Office of the Mayor? And will that recommendation or reconsideration made by the Office of the Mayor allow the city government to use the 2016 budget?
I don't think Member Osmeña has...
I think I cannot, none of us can answer that because
none of us
we
can answer
don't
that
even know what's there in
Yes.
the, and then, but I think the immediate problem is what are we going to use now while waiting to find out what the decision is from the DBM? Right now, today, what are we going to use? We have to pay salaries. There have been reports already that the senior citizens will be given their financial assistance. What budget are we using?
Mr. Chair.
Member Carrillo, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I agree, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the Latin maxim, res ipsa loquitur, that letter of DBM speaks for itself. That means we really have to revise our budget and urge the Executive Department, the Local Finance Committee, to resubmit and chair. I think it's well provided under the Local Government Code. For the meantime, we are going to operate under the reenacted budget 2015. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I also read the motion for reconsideration of the Honorable Mayor addressed to the DBM. But as a lawyer, I think we have to operate under the reenacted budget 2015. Otherwise, our department head will be in danger of suffering legal impediments, Mr. Chair. I don't want that to happen. That's why I agree to the motion of Member Osmeña that we urge the local executive, the Local Finance Committee, to resubmit an annual budget to the Sangguniang, and for the Sangguniang to immediately buckle down and discuss the resubmitted annual budget until such time we are done and approve the resubmitted annual budget as adjusted by DBM. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Carrillo, Member Cuenco.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yes,
Mr. Chair, it's okay. I have the same points as mentioned by Member Carrillo.
Thank you, Member Cuenco. Then
Mr.
let's
Chair.
hear from let's hear from Member De Los Santos, then Member Cabrera.
Mr. Chair, I subscribe to the recommendation of Member Osmeña, but I just would like to make a manifestation, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, it is quite unfair to put the blame on the Council and the political skirmishes that it is entangled in resulting to the declaration by the DBM that the 2016 is inoperative. Mr. Chair, the executive started all this by deliberately omitting a mandatory statutory obligation. I believe it is only the executive who can put an end to this. I believe with all due respect, Mr. Chair, that the executive should act with prudence over pride and probably courage for the sake of the city constituents. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Member De Los Santos. Member Cabrera.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree to the suggestion of Member Margot Tasmania, Mr. Chair, but I would like to suggest, if everyone would agree to clear these things, I suggest that we can call the presence of the City Treasurer's Office to come here to enlighten us about this issue on what budget we will like to use.
City government of Cebu, that we have this reenacted budget. This never happened during the time of Sering Osmeña, Tami Osmeña. There's none. It's only now, the administration of Mike. That is why, if indeed we have to use the reenacted budget of 2015, then why is it until now we have not received our salary? The employees are crying. And then blaming the chairman of Budget and the Finance Committee of this non-payment of their salaries. I mean, if indeed the mayor is interested in having a new ordinance for budget 2015, he should not file any reconsideration. He should immediately pass a proposed ordinance budget 2016, because it will prolong the agony of our employees.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Rejoinder, Mr. Chair. That's the reason why we are crossing party line and we are in unison with Madam Margot Osmeña. Although the mayor submitted a motion for reconsideration, but as again, I would like to state the rules in the local government code is pretty well clear about reenacted budget. I think by today, there's no question we will be operating under the reenacted budget, Mr. Chair. That's the reason why I'm urging everybody, we need to stop the blaming game. We need to stop crying over spilled milk.
Pointing.
Oh, stop finger
suggested by
pointing.
Member
As suggested by Member Osmeña, we need to buckle down and work, Mr. Chair, and work for a solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Says Member Wenceslao.
just for the information of this August body, Mr. Chair, I was able to talk to Mayat Gumaya yesterday regarding the salaries and wages. We can use it even if it's reenacted. Walay problema, Mr. Chair. It was just delayed because of the control number, because they have to use the control number of the reenacted budget. That's why it was delayed for a little while. But it will be released, including the salaries of all the casual employees.
Thank you, Member
including the operating and other maintenance and other operating expenses that are essential for the delivery of basic services. We can use it immediately.
Thank you, Member Wenceslao.
Mr. Chair, so that is proof that we are using already the reenacted budget. Member Wenceslao, in your discussion, with your conversation with Marietta, because if you say that that means they're already using the reenacted.
The control number for the reenacted is different from.
Yeah,
if
so they are using the
the
reenacted.
You
would think so?
I think so.
Because they cannot use the 2016.
Of course, they cannot.
Because that would open them to administrative charges. But anyway, I would like. Can we go back to my resolution? Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we are still on the discussion portion.
Yes.
Let's hear one more
sorry.
comment from Member Zafra, then we'll go back to the main motion now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully subscribe and agree to the recommendation made by Member Carrillo, Mr. Chair, because if the Executive Department will not submit a new budget, then we cannot pass a supplemental budget under a reenacted budget. Yeah, Mr. Chair, let me finish first. And I would like to manifest on record, Mr. Chair, that I think it is also very unfair if we are going to lay blame on the executive relative to the statutory obligation of ours about the prepayment of the loan, because it is the stand of the executive department, and we know for that that they want to pre-terminate the loan pertaining relative to the SRP loan, consistent with their stand on the SB1, which they have submitted last year, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, members.
In as much as we really should not be discussing that anymore, yes, we are very aware of the chief executive's desire to pay off the loan as submitted in the SB1 of last year. And but whatever it is, that's moot and academic. But that is not an obligation at this point. The obligation is the contractual obligation that we are talking about. And that is part, and that is the very reason why our 2016 annual budget was declared inoperative. It is not because that is a prepayment. Let us discuss that later. But this is a contractual obligation.
Please sit down.
It must be
Member Andales,
paid.
Member Osmeña is...
It is an obligation as of this point. So let's just rest it there. And can we go back again? Because we can discuss this all later. But can we just go back again? Unless there are further discussions.
Move for the previous question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, there is a main motion now of Member Osmeña. Can we now proceed and deliberate? Yes, what's the motion again, Member Osmeña, so that we can...
I forgot.
To urge...
I move to urge the Executive Office, pursuant to the DBM letter dated March 7, 2016, stating that the appropriation ordinances are declared inoperative in its entirety, effective immediately, we strongly urge the Executive Department, the Mayor, the City Treasurer, the City Accountant, and the Budget Officer to comply with the decision of the DBM.
There's a motion of Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Abella. I think it was already seconded by Member Abella. So we had the discussion portion already, and I think there are no more observations to be propounded and no more questions to be asked. So seconded, objection, observations, there being none, the motion of Member Osmeña is hereby carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank my fellow colleagues for now we're working together, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 2-minute recess, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Corollary, Mr. Chair.
Another corollary motion from Member Hapson.
Yes, Mr.
What is the corollary motion of Member
To
Hapson?
the Budget Officer, Marita Gomia, and the City Treasurer Officer, Ms. Diwa, to immediately pay the salaries of the employees using the 2015 enacted budget, Mr. Chair.
There's a corollary motion of Member Hapson, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. Corollary motion by Member Gabuya Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the more appropriate corollary motion is to...
No, it has already been carried. You should have a...
Yeah, I will just propose another corollary motion.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Seriously ask the local finance committee to reconvene and make a possible repassing of the annual budget 2016, Mr. Chair.
Revised. It should be revised.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
there's
can
a
be
motion,
revised
a
or
corollary
repassing.
motion of Member Eugenio Gabuya Jr. to seriously reconvene the local finance committee to consider the passage of a revised 2016 annual budget. Seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Another corollary motion,
Another
Mr. Chair.
corollary motion by Member
Yes,
Cabrera.
To request the concerned department on the two deficiencies to submit the one deficiency is the in absence of the peace and order and public safety plan, and the second is the gender and development plan and budget for the year 2016, and be submitted to the council, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Cabrera, seconded by Member Safra.
Mr. Chair.
Discussion.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, that is sole placage. Mr. Chair, I think as I repeated, and res ipsa loquitur, that thing speaks for itself. The letter speaks for itself, and that is the one the Chief Executive and the local finance committee should comply with, Mr. Chair.
Member Carillo, just let it be. It's all right kung manubra
Yes,
kaysa
okay.
magkuwang.
No problem, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
5-minute recess, Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes recess. By the way, since we are on recess, we also acknowledge the presence of our counterparts from the Iloilo City government, the department heads and employees. They're all over there. Our friend Ilungas, they are on a visit to Cebu City, and of course we welcome all of you. And I think there is another suggestion for a photo opportunity. Will you please come forward? May we request also the other members of the council to come forward for another photo opportunity for our distinguished visitors from Iloilo City. Okay. They came from the municipality of Barutac Nuevo, the province of Iloilo, headed by, who is the team leader? Miss? The mayor, Mayor Hernande Veroncillo. Where is the mayor? Oh, she. Okay. He's not around. Okay. So may we request members of the council to please come forward for another photo opportunity. Can we start in about a minute? Because we have a long day today, a long session. Session is now resumed. Madam Secretary, what's the next order of business?
Next, we have the committee reports. For item number 1, we have the Committee on Education, Science, and Technology.
May we hear from Member Dizon?
Member Dizon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Education has one report, Mr. Chairman. Refer to the Committee on Education, Science, and Technology for comments and recommendation. Resolution number 13-1959-2016. The letter of Ms. Rences Mondihar, advisor of the Supreme Student Government of Don Sergio Osmeña Senior High School, requesting for assistance in acquiring or obtaining multimedia LCD projector worth 24,000 pesos, which they badly need for their classroom and school activities. Comments and observations? The local government is mandated by law to provide the necessary assistance that will promote and protect every child's right to education. Local government units have the Special Education Fund, which shall be allocated for the operation and maintenance of public schools, construction and repair of school buildings, facilities and equipments, educational research, purchase of books and periodicals, and sports development as determined and approved by the local school board. Hence, for the acquisition of a multimedia LCD projector worth 24,000 pesos, which is needed for the classroom and school activities of Don Sergio Osmeña Senior High School, the committee refers the request to the local school board for consideration and inclusion to the items charged against the Special Education Fund. In view of the foregoing, Mr. Chairman, the Committee on Education recommends the following resolutions. Resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved further to authorize the Acting Secretary of the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of this resolution to the local school board, the Don Soria Osmeña Senior High School, and the Department of Education, Cebu City Division for their information and guidance. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion of Member Dizon, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion. Objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Next committee report from the Committee on Environment.
Member Cabrera, please.
Referred to the Committee on Environment for comments and recommendation is the first endorsement of Member Margarita Osmeña on the letter of Mr. Manuel Tenyo, President of Lodo Power Corporation, requesting to make a brief project presentations to be assisted by the consultant Geosper Technologies Incorporated as part of its information, education, and communication activity on the proposed 2 by 150 megawatt coal-fired thermal power plant project to be located in Barangay Sawang Caliro, the city, per resolution number 13-1963 2016, adopted on February 17, 2016. Comments and observations. The Inner Administrative Order number 3, series of 2003, the implementing rules and regulations for the Philippine Environment and Impact Statement System, classifies coal-fired thermal power plants with a rated capacity of 30 megawatts or more under Category A or environmentally critical projects. These environmentally critical projects pose potential significant impact to the environment and are required to secure environmental compliance certificates prior to the implementation pursuant to Section 4 of Presidential Decree Number 1586 of the Environmental Impact Statement. Given such classifications, the proposed 150 megawatt coal-fired thermal power plant project of Lodo Power Corporations is considered as environmentally critical within the scope of an environmental impact statement system and requires an ECC prior to the implementations. An ECC is a document representing the final decisions of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Environment Management Bureau, on the ECC applications of the proponent. Its issuance signifies a positive review of the ECC applications, certifying that based on the representations of the proponent, the proposed project or the undertaking will not cause significant negative environmental impact. Coal is a polarizing issue. On one hand, proponents push for additional capacity because of energy's significant role in economic and social progress. On the other hand, environment groups brand coal as a major public health hazard and coal-fired power plants as the largest producers of man-made carbon dioxide emissions. Meanwhile, the Department of Health Memorandum 2010-0184 warned of the ill effects of the exposure to coal ash and dust, the natural byproducts of coal plant operations. The committee also notes that the 12 Sangguniang Panglungsod of the City of Cebu approved resolution number 12-5644-2013 on June 19, 2013, supporting the call to impose a moratorium on the establishment of carbon-intensive fossil-based technologies to meet the country's power requirements such as coal plants in favor of transitioning to renewable energy options. Therefore, public participation, as emphasized in the environmental impact statement system, is crucial to allow stakeholders to arrive at an informed decisions. The project presentation requested by the proponent as part of his information, education, and communication activity could be an avenue for awareness among city residents prior to the ECC approval or rejection of said project. Dow 2003-30 puts it clearly, the objective of conducting an information, education, and communication activity should not be limited only to information dissemination, but should be able to provide feedbacks on the environmental impact assessment preparer and the proponent about the stakeholders' understanding of the environment impact assessment process, the issues and concern about the project, as well as their suggestions and other inputs. In this light, the committee welcomes the opportunity to allow the proponent, Ludo Power Corporation, and its consultant, Geosphere Technologies Incorporated, to conduct a project presentations through a public hearing to be attended by different stakeholders. Recommendations: on the basis of foregoing comments, the committee recommends the following. Resolve to approve the committee reports. 2, resolve further to approve the request of Ludo Power Corporation to its president, Mr. Manuel Tinio, to make a project presentations to be assisted by its consultant, Geosphere Technologies Incorporated, as part of the information, education, communications activity in the proposed 2 by 150 megawatt coal-fired thermal power plant project to be located at the Barangay Sawang Caliro, the city, through a public hearing called for such purpose to be attended by various stakeholders as a condition priority any approval or rejections of the project's environmental compliance certificates. Resolved finally to request the Board Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of this report to the Ludo Power Corporations and the Environmental Management Bureau Regional Office of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for their information and guidance. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Cabrera, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection. There being
Discussion,
none.
Mr. Chair.
Discussion, Member Carrillo.
I know this power plant because this is near my residence. And I know that they are operating a coal plant presently, although not 150 megawatt. It's, I think, around 10 or 20 megawatt for its operation. So they are asking for additional 250 megawatt. That means 300 megawatt. Is that correct?
But this is coal-powered. Coal,
Yeah,
coal.
they,
Yes.
I know there is, they have an existing coal powered power plant already. I think 10 to 15 megawatt. It's operating there. It is an existing that is operating the entire power plant of Lodo.
They will increase the capacity.
So this is an increase aside from the existing one. Or are they going to replace? At any rate, Mr. Chair, that is probably proper
in a way they will
during
present
the
that in
public
presentations.
presentation.
Yes.
So we would know when will that be?
Yes. Yeah. Can we have the
Any more?
schedule for the presentation at the same time, a public hearing?
When will this be?
We'll give them a week,
April?
Mr. Chair, or
Maybe,
March 30 would
First
be.
week of
March
April,
30.
it's okay?
March
Can we have
30.
that on an executive session or aside from the? on the
Yeah,
side
it's
of the-
public hearing. It
Public
should
hearing?
have presentations and public hearing.
March 30?
What's
Yes,
the pleasure?
Mr. Chair, it's March 30 because we don't have session next week, Mr.
Should
Chair.
it be
Okay.
on a public hearing or on a separate executive
I
session?
think I agree. It should be a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Public hearing. So
Yes.
is that the pleasure of the body?
Yeah.
Berandales, would you agree to a public hearing rather than executive session?
Public hearing, we know who will be the stakeholders here.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Because if there is no other stakeholders, we just have executive session.
Yeah, that's right. Member
is- yeah.
Dizon.
Yeah, I think
It is only proper, Mr. Chairman, to conduct a public hearing on this very important issue. And may I therefore suggest that we invite the following institutions.
Please take note, Madam Secretary.
Yes, number one, let's invite Greenpeace International. They have a representative here in the Visayas. Second, of course, Lodo and Loem, no? And other NGOs concerned in environmental advocacy. Thank you.
Could we also invite the barangays concerned? Barangay Sawang Calero, Dulho,
Pasil.
Suba, Pasil, Mr. Chair.
And Ermita.
Nicolas.
And Ermita also.
And Ermita, San Nicolas, and San Nicolas, Pahina.
Take
Mr.
note,
Chair.
Madam Secretary, please.
Mr. Chairman, apart from Greenpeace International, may I also strongly suggest that we invite Kaabag sa Sugbo, which is a coalition of Cebu City-based NGOs in the city of Cebu. Ms. Cathy Ruiz is the coordinator of Kaabag sa Sugbo.
Could we also invite, since there is a condition of health hazard, representative coming from the Department of Health who could present and probably DNR.
Environmental Management Bureau, Region 7.
To be specific, A and B, yes. So that's all. Have them invited, Madam Secretary. So,
Noted, Mr. Chair.
when will be the scheduled?
March
public-
30, Mr. Chair.
30 of March. Okay.
March 30,
Include it in
yes.
the regular session.
Okay.
Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Next, we have committee reports from the Committee on Budget and Finance.
Member Osmeña, how many members, Osmeña? Only 4. Okay.
For the first, Mr. Chair. Wait, May I just start with the second first, Mr. Chair? Respectfully refer to Committee on Budget and Finance for comments and recommendation to proposed resolution of Member Cabarubias authorizing Mayor Michael Rama for and on behalf of the City of Cebu to enter into and sign the contract of J.O. Builders for the proposed construction of a multi-purpose hall at Poblacion Elementary School, Barangay Poblacion Pardo, this city, in the amount of 5,001,000 pesos, 364.50 centavos to be charged against the annual budget calendar year 2011 under LDF with account number 9999-300-290-001-021-2011. The committee noted further that the City Legal Office issued contract review with no serial number. Furthermore, the committee cannot find the resolution of the SP which resolves that the said project has been approved to be charged to the lump sum account as stated after the issuance of a POE and therefore before back processing. The committee would also like to find out if the appropriation has been earmarked for such project. We noted further that the approved budget for contract was prepared in 2014. The committee would like to verify from the city treasurer if funds are currently available for this purpose. In review of the 2011 appropriation ordinance, the committee observed that Section 7 of the said ordinance states that appropriations of the different projects under the Local Development Fund shall be subject to the inclusion of the AIP for calendar year 2011. We would like to find out if the project is part of the AIP for calendar year 2011. The committee recommends the following to approve this report. Further, to request that the PW to justify in writing lack of a resolution of the SP approving the charges to the LDF fund with account number as stated, and furthermore to request from the Office of the City Budget Officer the status of appropriations, allotments, and obligations of account number 9999-300-290-001-021-2011, including the items earmarked for the account. Resort furthermore to request from the CCDC to furnish a copy of the AIP for calendar year 2011, to request the Office of the City Treasurer to issue a CAF for the said project if funds are indeed currently available, and finally, to authorize the Acting Secretary of the SP to furnish copies of this report to the proponent of the resolution, the Office of the Mayor, the DEPW, the Bids and Awards Committee for Infrastructure and Consulting Services, the Office of the City Budget Officer, and the Office of the City Treasurer. I move for the approval, Mr. Chair.
There's an omnibus motion of Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Committee report number 3, respectfully refer to the Committee on Budget and Finance for comments and recommendation the proposed resolution of Member Cabarubias authorizing Mayor Michael Rama for and on behalf of the City of Cebu to enter into and sign the contract with J.O. Builders for the proposed construction of Sports and Evacuation Center, Barangay Buot, Taop, this city, in the amount of 6,066,000 1,786 and 50 centavos to be charged against the annual budget calendar year 2011 under the LDF with account number as stated. The committee noted that the City Legal Office issued contract review number RPA-2015-239 on the construction agreement for this project with 5 findings and recommendations. It was observed, it therefore recommends that the concerned parties address and comply with the findings and observations made by the City Legal Office. Given that the account to be charged with the project is a lump sum account, the committee would like to find out if the project has been approved by the SP prior to the back processing. We'd also like to find out if the appropriation has been earmarked for such project. The committee further noted that the ABC was prepared in 2014 and would like to verify from the City Treasurer if funds are currently available for this purpose. Recommendations to approve the report, to request the Office of the Mayor, the DEPW, and the Bid and Awards Committee to address and comply with the findings and observations made by the City Legal Office in contract review number RPA-2015-239. Furthermore, to request from the Office of the City Budget Officer the status of appropriations, allotments, and obligations of account number as stated, including the items earmarked for the account. Resolved furthermore to request the Office of the City Treasurer to issue a CAF for the said project if funds are indeed currently available. Furthermore, to request the Office of the Barangay Captain of Barangay Buot Taop to submit to the SP the correct POE for this project. And finally, to authorize the Acting Secretary of the SP to furnish copies of this report to the proponent of the resolution, the Office of the Mayor, the DEPW, the Bids and Awards Committee for Infrastructure and Consulting Services, and the Office of the Barangay Captain of Barangay Buot Taop. I move for the approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Archival Senior. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Committee report number 4, respectfully referred to the Committee on Budget and Finance for comments and recommendations. The herein proposed resolution of Member Alvin Dizon approving the implementation of the following site development projects charged against lump sum appropriation for the site development under the 2015 annual budget and account number 1011-8-300-202-001-2015. I will not mention anymore, Mr. Chair, because it's stated. The committee report noted that the Local Housing Board, through resolution numbers 2016-01-016 items A to I and 15-11-134 item J, resolved to request the SP to charge the above-mentioned projects against account number as stated with a total appropriation of 10 million pesos. These resolutions were also supported by the Program of Works and Estimates by the Division of the Welfare of the Urban Poor.
Thank you, Chair.
Since the fund source for these projects is a lump sum allocation, the committee would like to find out from the Office of the City Budget Officer the balance of the lump sum allocation site development under the 2015 annual budget with account number as stated, as well as the projects that have been earmarked and obligated to the account. Recommendations: the committee recommends the following: to approve the report. Resolved further to request the Office of the City Budget Officer to furnish the committee with a registry of appropriations, allotments, and obligations of account number 1011-8-300-202-001-2015, including earmarked items. And finally, to authorize the Acting Secretary of the SP to furnish a copy of this report to the proponent of this resolution, the Division for the Welfare of the Urban Poor, and the Office of the City Budget Officer. I move for the approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Wenceslao. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
And Please go back to the committee report number 1. Respectfully refer to the Committee on Budget and Finance for comments and recommendation. The herein proposed resolution of Member Cabarubias approving the construction of sidewalk with curb and gutter in Barangay Pasil to be charged against the annual budget calendar year 2015 under the lump sum appropriation rehabilitation recovery of city sidewalks with account number as stated. The committee noted that the OIC City Engineer Jose Marie Poblete identified and requested for the construction of the sidewalk and as described to be charged against a lump sum appropriation with account number as stated. The committee further noted that the Office of the City Budget Officer certified that there is an appropriation under this account with an amount of 4,100,000 pesos. However, the committee would like to find out if there are available funds to support the project. The committee therefore requests the Office of the City Treasurer to certify the availability of funds for this. Recommendations: the committee recommends the following to approve this report: to request the Office of the City Treasurer to issue a CAF for the said project and finally, to authorize the acting secretary of the SP to furnish a copy of this report to the proponent of this resolution. I move for the approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Next, committee report from the Committee on Social Services.
Member Dizon. Oh, Member
Member
Dizon.
Hapson.
Member Hapson, I'm sorry.
Refer to the Committee on Social Services for comments and recommendation. The herein proposed resolution of Metro Cebu Development and Coordinating Board to adopt, endorse, and implement the various communication and information programs, campaign, and tools, including but not limited to Mega Cebu logo and other tools. Second, Mega Cebu month. Third, Cebu integrated brand. Fourth, Mega Cebu Pwede Kayo campaign, with details and provided by the Mega Cebu Communication and Information Program outline, and further informing and directing the different heads of departments, offices, units, and teams of the City of Cebu of this resolution for their guidance and compliance, requiring submission of the respective departments, offices, or units, or teams, plans of adoption and implementation 1 month after the passage of this resolution to the Office of the Mayor and Capit, the SP of the City of Cebu, and the MCDCB through the MCDCB Research Program and Organization Development for their information and reference. Comments: Metro Cebu Development and Coordinating Board is a coordinating body of a metro-wide planning and development. MCDCB stresses from Danao City to the north and Karkar City to the south. Its aim is to facilitate the formulation, coordination, and monitoring of integrated development strategies, policies, and standards for the development initially of Metro Cebu. The proposed resolution or MOA of MCDCB to adopt, endorse, and implement the various communication and information programs, campaign, and tools, including but not limited to the Mega Cebu logo and other tools, Mega Cebu month, Cebu integrated brand, Mega Cebu Pwede Kayo campaign can promote tourism to the entire province as well as livelihood to the Cebuanos. Although this committee has no objection on the social aspect of the proposed resolution or MOA of MCDCB, this committee awaits the report of the Committee on Laws on the propriety of the legality of the MOA. Recommendation: this committee recommends the following. Resolve to approve the committee report. Second, resolve further to authorize the acting secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copy of this report to Metro Cebu Development Coordinating Board to take into consideration the comments and observation of the committee. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Hapson, seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Committee reports from the Committee on Laws.
How many, Member Andales? Thank you.
Before, Mr. Chair. Short one. Refer to Committee on Laws, Ordinances, Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation therein proposed ordinance of Noel Leoterio G. Wenceslao entitled An Ordinance Establishing Water Conservation Programs in Cebu City, quote and unquote. The committee notes the proposed ordinance which seeks to protect, conserve, and preserve water resources in Cebu City. The proposed measures creates a water conservation committee, provides for water conservation program, mandates the formation of an action plan, monitoring and evaluation, coordination with the local government units, provides for appropriation for implementation of the ordinance. Section 458, paragraph A, item 3 of the Local Government Code of 1991 states, and I quote, the Sangguniang Panlungsod as a legislative body of the city shall enact ordinances such purposes intended to promote general welfare of the inhabitants of the city, unquote. Considering the provisions of the proposed ordinance and the Local Government Code, the committee opines that the proposed ordinance is within the power of this august body to enact. However, the committee suggests that a public hearing be conducted with the proposed ordinance to hear the sides of all stakeholders for or against the proposed ordinance. Recommendation resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved further to conduct a public hearing on the proposed ordinance. Resolved finally to authorize the board secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to furnish copies of his report to the proponent and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded by Member Wenceslao. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Can we have the date?
It would be on April 6, Mr. Chair.
We
April
ask the
6.
proponent, Honorable Wenceslao.
Yes, I'm agreeable to that, Mr. Chair.
Invited.
Can we invite the representative from the MCWD,
Cebu Chamber of Commerce.
The Cebu Chamber of Commerce, and representative from the Water Conservation Movement. I think there is a NGO for that.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Take note, please.
Second committee report.
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair.
please.
Refer to Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation therein proposed ordinance of Member Leah Owano Hapson entitled, and I quote, an ordinance granting free delayed registration of birth, marriage and death, filing of legitimation, free legal services for legal instrument in support thereof, and one-day free issuance of certifications for birth, marriage, and deaths in the office of the City Civil Registrar in the month of February of each year, unquote. The committee notes the proposed ordinance which aims to waive certain fees relative to civil registration in the city of Cebu during celebration of the Civil Registration Month. Section 458 of the Local Government Code, the Sangguniang Panlungsod shall approve ordinances which ensure the efficient and effective delivery of basic services. Considering the intent of the proposed ordinance, the committee finds the same to be within the power of this august body to enact. However, the committee would suggest the holding of a public hearing on the proposed ordinance to hear the sentiments of all stakeholders. Recommendation resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved further to hold a public hearing on the proposed ordinance, and resolved finally to authorize the board secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to furnish copies of his report to the proponent and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Can we have the date?
The date is on April 13, Mr. Chair.
April 13.
Can we ask Honorable Hapson to
Okay,
would be
Member
invited?
Hapson.
The City Civil Registrar Officer, Attorney Abatayo, and the City Legal, the NSO Officer,
CTO.
the CTO. I think that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Hapson. So, next committee report, please.
Next committee report, Mr. Chair. Refer to Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation during the proposed ordinance of Member Leah Owano Hapson entitled, and I quote, an ordinance amending provisions of the revised sanitary code of 1970 of the City of Cebu, in particular Article 3, Article 13, Section 13.2, Article 4, Roman number 14, Section 14.3, Article 20, Section 20.2, Article 23, Section 23.5, prescribing new requirements for the issuance of sanitary permit and health certificate for food and non-food establishment as provided for in the implementing rules and regulations of PD 856, also known as Sanitary Code of the Philippines. Comments and observation: the committee notes that the proposed amendatory ordinance which sees the need to adopt a new provisions to conform to the implementing rules and regulations of PD 856 or the Sanitary Code of the Philippines. Section 458 of the Local Government Code provides that the Sangguniang Panglungsod as a legislative body of the city shall enact ordinances for the general welfare of the city and its inhabitants. Considering the intent of the proposed amendatory ordinance, this committee finds the proposed amendatory ordinance to be within the power of the august body to enact. However, the committee suggests that a public hearing be conducted on the proposed amendatory measures to hear the sentiments of the stakeholders. Recommendation: resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved further to hold a public hearing on the proposed amendatory ordinance, and resolved finally to authorize the City Secretary to furnish copies of this report to the proponent and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded by Member Narcival Sr. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Yeah, can we have the date?
Can we have the date?
April 20, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can we ask Honorable Hapson to who will be invited?
Member Hapson.
The City Health Head, Mr. Chair,
Again,
Dr. Avilla, CCTO,
CCTO,
and maybe the Chamber, Mr. Chair.
Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, Mr.
That's all. Thank you. Any more committee reports?
Last committee
Last
report,
committee
Mr. Chair.
report of Member
Refer to
Angeles.
Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation that the proposed ordinance of Member Leah Wano Hapson, entitled, and I quote, Ordinance granting 10,000 pesos cash bonus to all primary and secondary public school teachers every year in City of Cebu and providing funds thereof. The committee notes the proposed ordinance, which aims to annual cash bonus of 10,000 pesos to all qualified primary and secondary public school teachers in Cebu City and appropriating funds thereof. Just go to the considering the intent of the proposed resolution, the committee finds the same to be within the powers of august body to enact. However, the committee suggests that the ordinance be referred to the Committee on Budget and Finance and a public hearing be conducted in the proposed ordinance to hear the sentiments of all the stakeholders. Recommendation is resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved further that the matter on appropriation to the Committee on Budget and Finance for comments and recommendation. Resolved further to conduct a public hearing on the proposed ordinance. And resolved finally to authorize the Board Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of his report to the proponent and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded
Can.
by Member Archival Sr. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Yeah, can we have the date of the public
Can we
hearing?
have a date again,
April
Madam
27, Mr. Chair.
April 27.
Yeah.
Any particular
Mr. Chair,
personalities?
I may ask the Secretariat, Mr. Chair, if there is any earlier, since I am the last termer until June 30, if I may request an earlier public hearing, Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary, kindly accommodate the
yes.
request of Member Hapson.
What about April 6, Mr. Chair?
April 6.
Yeah, we will have 2 public hearings on that day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We may invite the DepEd,
DepEd, Superintendent.
the Superintendent, the CCTO, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
the
Local
Teachers
School Board.
Federation,
Local School Board as well.
and the Local School Board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Hapson. There you are.
Next, we have committee reports from the Ad hoc Committee on PAGCOR funds.
How many, Member Gabuya Jr.?
Two, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Gabuya Jr.
First committee report referred to the Committee on Games, Amusement, and Sports for comments and recommendation. The letter request of Ms. Selvia G. Cancio to exempt the Little Theater Events Hall from payment of amusement tax for holding the concert entitled My Love Will Never Say Goodbye, held on February 12, 2016. Considering that the event is done already and the producers has yet to comply all the requirements, the committee deemed it proper that the producer of the concert entitled My Love Will Never Say Goodbye, held on February 12, 2016, shall pay the amusement tax due to them. Accordingly, the committee recommends the following. Number one, resolve to approve this committee report, and second, resolve further to authorize the board secretary to send Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of this report to the proponent and to concerned and to Mr. Selvia Cancio for their information and guidance. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Gabuya Jr. in connection with the My Love Will Never Say Goodbye, seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion, Member Gabuya, discussion. What is this? My love will never say goodbye.
Yeah.
Is there a love that will say goodbye?
Yeah.
Discussion.
Sometimes, Mr. If it's complicated, Mr. Chair.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a beautiful movie on that. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Yes. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Second committee report, Mr. Chair, referred to the ad hoc committee for PAGCOR funds. For comments, recommendation, and prioritization, the herein letter proposal of Jail Superintendent Johnson M. Calob for Sports Fest program in Cebu City Jail and for male and female dormitory. Considering that the improvement of peace and order is essential to the community, holding of sports competition among our inmates falls within the guidelines for the utilization of PAGCOR funds. Hence, this committee recommends that the expenses to be incurred for the Sports Fest program in Cebu City Jail Male and Female Dormitory in 2016 in the amount of 257,260 pesos shall be charged to the available balance of PAGCOR funds as of January 31, 2016 in the amount of 59,978 and 147.42 pesos. Lastly, this committee recommends that the sports-based program in Cebu City Jail, both for male and female dormitories, shall be conducted annually starting 2017, and expenses thereof shall be included in the Cebu City Sports Commission budget. Accordingly, the committee recommends the following. Resolve to approve this committee report. Second, resolve lastly to authorize the board secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of this report of the office of the proponent and all concerned, Mr. Chair, City Budget Officer, City Treasurer, and Jail Superintendent Johnson Calob for their information and guidance. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Gabuya Jr., seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Any more committee reports? Shall we proceed or shall we? Any motion?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair. If I may suggest, Mr. Chair, may we finish the letter H, Mr. Chair?
Letter H.
Okay, we'll go to item H. Completion of the business unfinished during the previous session. We have the first endorsement for the appointment of Dr. Daisy Villa.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Hapson.
May I move for the concurrence of the appointment of Dr. Villa, Mr. Chair?
There's a motion of Member Hapson, seconded by Member Wenceslao. Discussion. Objection. There being none. Yes, Member
Mr.
Osmeña.
Chair, I think I have no objection, but there was a observation made the last time when this was presented to the council, as far as not on Dr. Villa herself, but on the recommending endorsement, the endorser. and that was Attorney Susan, who did it as the head or the acting head of the HRDO. And I think, if I remember correctly, Mr. Chair, it was since there were, she is a casual employee of the, and now is acting department head. So that was a question, actually, Mr. Chair, if she could do that.
Member
Mr.
Hapson.
Chair, since I am not a lawyer, Mr. Chair, may I ask the lawyer, Mr. Chair, Member Carillo, Mr. Chair, if I think because Attorney Susan is only endorsing.
OIC, the
yes,
OIC.
and OIC, but she did not sign any appointments or whatever. It's only an endorsement, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Member Carillo.
again, I do not have any objection of concurring the appointment of Dr. Daisy Villa, but as correctly pointed out by Madam Margot Osmeña, we really need to check on the status of the appointment also of the one recommending. I think it doesn't sit well. She is recommending somebody for a permanent status, but she herself is in quandary. What is really her position? Is it casual? Is it permanent? She's casual. So she's not a permanent employee. So she also has to be confirmed by this Sanggunian to make her appointment permanent, Mr. Chair. That's why we also need to check on her status. I agree. This is nothing to do with Dr. Daisy Villa, and I don't have any objection to her concurrence, but again, we reiterate, it doesn't set well in our government that the one recommending is also not and was not confirmed by the Sanggunian.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Hapson.
With the observation of one of the lawyer of this August body, Mr. Chair, may I therefore suggest, may I therefore defer this for 1 week and to return this to HRDO and to act.
Maybe I
Mr.
think the best option would be to refer this to the City Legal Office, come up with a recommendation.
It's here
in 1
already,
week.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. City Legal Office.
If I may recommend, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
probably we will approve Dr. Daisy Villa's confirmation, but we will just invite the HRDO herself, and likewise to submit her confirmation if there is a need for her to be confirmed by this Sanggunian. I think that would be fit and proper, Mr. Chair, under the circumstance.
Yes,
Mr.
Member
Chair,
Osmeña.
if I may, I would like to agree with Member Hapson that we refer this. The question, I think, is whether she has the authority to endorse, no? To endorse, because she has already been, we have already asked the City Legal Office on her status, and Attorney Susan is a casual. We have it in writing. Now, that being said, does she then have the authority to endorse? I think, isn't that the question?
Maybe that could be a legal question that should
Yes,
be
why?
referred to the legal office to come up with a
If she may
opinion
endorse.
on that issue, whether or not a casual OIC, HRDO could make the proper recommendation. Only on that particular issue, and we request the City Legal Office to come up with a report in the next session.
Yes, so, Mr. Chair, may I ask what is the status of the concurrence of Dr. Villa, since next week is already a election ban, Mr. Chair?
I see.
Yeah, that's why what is the status of her appointment, Mr. Chair? Since
Yeah, that's the question.
the question is only the endorsing, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So
You have to contend also with the
That's why.
COMELEC rules. Member Safra?
Yes, I think, Mr. Chair, I think we have to approve, we have to concur with this appointment, considering that valid man ang appointment, Mr. Chair, and the question is only the endorsee, which is dili yun ingon ta nga mo matter sa appointment per se.
I think the appointing authority here is the mayor, who has
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's the mayor, Mr. Chair. The one who signs the appointment, Mr. Chair.
Member Wenceslao?
If I may, Mr. Chair, the appointment of Dr. Abella has nothing to do with the recommendation of, in my
Correct.
opinion, of Mary Ann Soson. It's entirely different. I mean, he has the power to appoint, to recommend, because he is the officer in charge. But as far as the concurrence of Mary Ann Soson, it's different from Daisy. We can confirm immediately Daisy Villa, even Mary Ann Soson is a, oh,
And Mr. Chair.
Yes.
it's just a recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Member Hapson?
And
We can
also
confirm.
the recommendation of Attorney Soson, Mr. Chair, based on the PSB, Mr. Chair.
I see.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, if the chair may have his opinion on the matter, although this may not be but I think considering that the appointing authority is the mayor who has that authority really to appoint, I don't think it would be it would be fatal if someone was made the endorsement. After all, it is the mayor who is the appointing authority. That's the view of the chair. So if the rest would agree with that, so we can just have this confirmed. Yeah. Anyway, it seems that nobody wants to object on the appointment of Dr. Avila. It is only on the aspect of whether or not it's RDO being an OIC. But I think considering that it is the mayor who is the appointing authority, as provided for by law, I think if there could be some questions, it could not be a legal impediment to the appointment. So what would be the view of would the rest share?
With that, Mr. Chair, again, may I move for the concurrence of the appointment of Dr. Daisy Villa, Mr. Chair?
Seconded by Member Safra. And if there are no other objections, there are no questions, the motion is hereby carried.
Move for a
Mr.
recess
Chairman,
lunch
last
break,
na lang,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chairman.
Yes, Member
Move for
Archibald. No, let's hear from Member Archibald.
This is regarding the report of Member Gabuya regarding the request of the support of the Cebu City Jail Dormitory. Since considering we have this report, it's already the report was moved. It's a go for them. I move for the approval of the request of the Cebu City Jail Dormitory.
There's a corollary motion of Member Archibald Sr.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Recess, Mr. Chair, lunch break.
It's a break. What time should we reconvene? May I ask the members of the council? 1 o'clock. We will start in about a minute from now. Session is now resumed. Call to order. Madam Secretary, what's the next order of business?
Item I. Resolutions of this body approved by the mayor and acting mayor from items A to H.
Madam Majority Leader, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to note items A to H.
There's a motion to note by the Majority Leader, seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Item J. Consideration of the present business. We have letters and endorsements from items 1 to 20.
Madam Majority Leader, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to note items 1 to 20.
There's a motion to note by the Majority Leader, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Item 2, Mr. Chair.
Item 2.
I move to refer this to urban planning, to the joint referral to the committees on urban planning and to committee on infrastructure, Mr.
There's a
Chair.
joint referral. Let's move by Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Number 4, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I move to refer this to Committee on Utilities.
Referral to the Committee on Utilities, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
On number 5, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to refer this to the proponent, Member Hapson.
To the proponent, Member Hapson, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Number 6, Mr. Chair,
Number 6.
I move to refer this to Committee on Laws.
Referral to the Committee on Laws, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. For the
Number 8, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, for the information of the students, we are now on letters and endorsements sent to the Sanggunian, and upon motion of the Majority Leader, these letters and endorsements have already been duly noted as part of the records. And considering that there are matters that have to be taken up or action to be taken, the other members of the council are now moving for corollary motions on what to do with these letters and endorsements that had already been duly noted through the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Let's continue, please, Madam Smiley.
I'll go to number 8, Mr. Chair.
Number 8, please.
Although this is the submission of the supplemental budget number 1, calendar year 2016, and as we have already moved earlier to ask the executive office to comply with the letter sent by the DBM using a reenacted budget of 2015. Therefore, that will not allow, as of the moment, for any submission of the supplemental budget, just to make that observation, Mr. Chair. So
Please.
therefore, I move to refer this back to the
Just have this
executive.
noted. I think just have this noted.
Just have it noted, Mr. Chair?
Or you can
Or do we refer it back, this being an executive budget?
prerogative. So referral to the executive, seconded by Member Andres. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Another observation, Mr. Chair.
Another observation.
Yes, please.
Is this in connection with the same
Yes,
item?
from the same, the submission of the supplemental budget. I read it and just on observing, Mr. Chair, the accompanying letter of the submitted proposed SB1 of
On
2016.
2016,
The mayor writes here, several resolutions, page 2, were already passed and approved by the SB and then he mentions number 1, resolution number so-and-so, which is correct. But my objection here, sir, is to resolution, the second resolution, number 13-1914, 2020-2016 as Annex F, which resolved, and may I say, quote, to urge the Executive Department to settle in full the city subsidiary loan with JICA and to authorize the Executive Department to pay the 2.4 billion loan. So what I did, Mr. Chair, since I was not sure, I got the minutes of the February 17 regular session, and nowhere in those minutes did we pass a resolution to authorize the Executive Department to pay the 2.4 billion loan. There is nothing in the minutes that will confirm that, Mr. Chair.
Please
So
take
I am
note,
just
Madam.
worried about that because this is a resolution and it's a very, very, I think it's a very big implication, Mr. Chair.
So delete the portion to authorize, only urge.
There was, yes, it was only urge
Okay.
and not to authorize the payment, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary, please take note of these observations of members.
May we also ask how this happened? Because this is such a, I mean,
Yes.
it makes a lot of difference when you say that we're authorizing.
Can we hear from the Secretary?
Yes, maybe please, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We based our resolution from the privileged speech that we got from Councilor Carillo, and then we made the resolution first, and then the encoder wasn't able to get the last portion, Mr. Chair. It was only the first portion that was able to type, Mr. Chair, and that we weren't able to take notice of the. She wasn't able to take notice of the last portion, Mr. Chair, which was deleting the word authorizing. Only the urging was approved, Mr. Chair.
I think, as a matter of fact, if the chair may recall, I think the chair made a clarification that it's only to urge, not to authorize. Yes, it's in the minutes. Yes.
I do believe that we have been cautioning the Secretariat to be careful because imagine the Executive Department used this resolution as one of the attached documents in the Supplemental Budget 1. When it turns out there was no approval yet because there was referral to different committees for their reports. Until now, there's no report yet.
Madam Secretary, please take note of the very valid observations of Member Andeles, that we have to be circumspect, to have to be prudent, and to have to be very careful, especially in matters of placement. Even punctuation marks would spell somehow the difference between a resolution, an ordinance, or anything, any statement for that matter. Madam
Can we
Secretary?
ask the Secretary to withdraw this resolution?
Yes, you take the, make the
So
proper.
I will amend it, Mr. Chair. I'll take out the authorizing.
And please furnish, Mr. Chair, and please furnish the office of the mayor.
Yes, Mr.
Because he
Chair.
has used this as a basis of his submission of a proposed supplemental budget for this year.
Thank you.
I have another observation, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead, Member.
Going on the second page, after that, it says, furthermore, in a letter dated February 29, 2016, the Land Bank of the Philippines already required the full payment of the said loan, invoking Article 2 and 2 of the subsidiary loan agreement. I looked at the attachment, Mr. Chair, and this is not, and in my own interpretation, it does not require the full payment. It is just a reference to the sale of the lots in the South Road properties and nowhere. It just says compliance of the above mentioned provision is required, which says that the borrower shall not sell more than 51% of the 330 hectares of the Cebu South reclamation while the loan is still in force and unless the proceeds shall be used to pay the lender and OECF in full. There is no demand for payment here, Mr. Chair. I just
So, any more corollary motions on these letters and endorsements sent to the Sanggunian by? Yes. We were on number 8, I think. Number 8 already.
On number 10, Mr. Chair.
Number 10.
Number?
Number 9, Mr. Chair.
Number 9.
Can we refer this to DILG?
I'm sorry, yes.
Regional office, in view of the fact that the letter of Barangay Captain Felix Limutan does not have the concurrence of the members of the Lupon themselves, which is provided for under Section 400 of the Local Government Code.
Referral to the DILG and to, of course, take note of the observations of Member Angeles on the matter. Seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the
Mr.
motion
Chairman,
is
Mr.
carried.
Chairman.
Yes, Member.
Does it mean that the determination of the supposed to be the service of the Lupon, Mr. Arcelia, is not final yet? To say he can still work as a Lupon in the barangay?
I think that's precisely the reason why Member
I
Angeles
think-
is referring
I
it
think
to
we
the-
have to set a communication to Barangay Captain Felix Limutan that Mr. Felixberto Arcilla should continue as a member of the Lopon at such time, because this is highly irregular, acting by himself without the concurrence of the members of the Lopon. That cannot be. That's highly illegal. So we would advise Barangay Captain Felix Limutan to let Felixberto Arcilla to continue as a member of the Lopon.
So there will be two motions, corollary motions. First, referral to the ILG and advise Barangay Captain Felix Limutan to allow Member Felixberto Abella until the issues that have been settled by the DILG on the matter of the termination of the services of a Lupon member. Thank you, Member
Mr. Chair.
Angeles. Thank you, Member
Second.
Archibald. Yes.
Another
And
corollary
discussion,
motion, Mr. Chair.
objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Cor-
Member Cabrera,
Considerations,
please.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Another corollary motion. for
Another
item-
corollary motion?
Yes, for item 9.
On the same item?
Yes. Requesting, I move also that this
Issue will be referred to the Committee on Laws, Mr. Chair.
Also, referral to the Committee on Laws. I think that's appropriate, yes.
Yes.
Seconded by Member Hobson. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
This will refer to the Vice Chair, because
Re-
I'm the one endorsing it.
Okay, refer to the Vice Chairman, Committee on Laws. Take note, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
consideration for item 7, Mr. Chair.
Item 7.
Yes.
We have not actually tackled this one yet?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can we request the city legal, Mr. Chair, to answer this case?
Referral to the City Legal Office to comment?
Yes, city legal.
On the City Legal for comment, seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion
B.
is carried.
B.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
please.
Clarification, Mr.
just-
Chair. On item
7.
7A or
Item
B?
7,
The motion of Member Cabrera, Mr. Chair. 7A or B?
7B.
On item A, Mr. Chair, because this
Item
is
A.
only for formal entry of appearance by our
Item
chair.
A.
Yes,
Yes, item
Mr.
A.
Chair. So I would like to ask also that since the Sanggunian is impleaded, can we request also that the city legal will answer for this issue,
City
Mr.
Legal
Chair?
Office to comment on
Yes.
this.
Yes. 10A, Mr. Chair.
What item?
10A.
10.
I move to refer this to the Committee on Education, Mr. Chair.
Referral to the Committee on Education, seconded by Member Hobson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On items,
Mr. Chair. For item B, Mr. Chair.
Item B on what?
10.
10. Go ahead, please.
Item B and C, Mr. Chair.
Item B and C.
Yeah, refer this to the Committee on Budget and Finance.
Referral to the Committee on Budget and Finance on item B and C of number 10, seconded by Member Hobson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Cabarubias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 11, Mr. Chairman.
Item 11.
We refer this letter, we refer this to DWOP, Mr. Chairman. Project Let There Be Light.
Referral to DWOP, seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection. there
Chairman,
being-
discussion.
Yes, discussion.
Where there were some residents from different barangays in the city who came to my office and asked help that why is DWOP holding their application where in fact if the permits are already approved, the owners of the permit should be the one to find an electrical engineer or a contractor. But what happens is that they're asked to pay 3,500 pesos. So I cannot understand why it's supposed to be that the DWOP is an agency in the government to help our constituents. They're the one charging it.
Mr. Chair? Yes.
Yes, Member Safra.
I am familiar to that because some of our residents are also availing of the program, but this is the first time that I've heard that person from DOP is asking 3,005. It is actually the electricians, the contractor, who are accredited by VECO that collected the sum 3,500. But as the permit, I think it's only 50 in DOP.
Mr. Chair, I think we're veering away from number 11 because this is about, we're discussing now letter B light, but I will just add to the confusion, Mr. Chair, because I have also been informed, even by VECO themselves, that the reason that the letter B light is not as active as it was before is even there were complaints that they found out that the application documents for the Letter B Light program, which are supposed to be free, I think, are being, the applicants are being asked to pay. And then, yes, it may be true that they're supposed to be VECO, the contractors are supposed to be VECO approved, but apparently it is also recommended very highly by the DWOP people, only those contractors. So those are just few of the comments that were being made. No? So Member Zafra is just very lucky, I think, or fortunate that in your barangay there have been no complaints, but there have been complaints, Mr. Chair.
The referral must contain like a directive to comment on all these observations.
Right. But, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, going back to the main issue here on number 11, because this is about the complaint again of the, or the request of the heirs of Petronilo Gabuya. This is not the first time we've heard from them. And in March 2, in our session in March 2, we had also referred this issue to the city legal office and had asked them to give us their comments and their opinion, because there's also a question on who is the real owner of this property, and they have not responded. So therefore, may I move that the city legal office respond to the resolution that we passed on March 2 within, by the next session.
Joint referral, Madam Secretary, also to the city legal office to submit the report on that resolution, asking them to make a report on the alleged yes. Seconded. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Number 12, Mr. Chair.
Number 12.
Refer to the Committee on Laws.
Referral to the
I move to
Committee
refer
on
this
Laws.
Committee on Laws.
Seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Number 14, Mr. Chair.
Number 14.
I move to refer this to the City Legal Office.
City Legal Office is moved by Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On number 15A, Mr. Chair.
Number 15A.
I move to refer this back, or maybe to the CCDC.
Referral to the CCDC.
As again, this is for supplemental budget number 1, which we also referred back to the Executive Office, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On 15B, Mr. Chair.
15B.
I move to refer this to Committee on Budget and Finance.
Referral to the Committee on Budget and Finance, seconded by Member Safra.
And so for 15C, refer to the Committee on Budget and Finance.
Referral to the Committee on Budget and Finance, seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On number 16, Mr. Chair.
Number 16.
I move to refer this to Committee on Transportation.
Referral to the Committee on Transportation. As seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion. Objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Cabrera.
For item 17,
Item 17.
move to refer this to the Committee on Education.
Referral to the Committee on Education, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Member Cabarrubias.
Reconsideration, Mr. Chairman, on item 16.
Seconded on item 16, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Since there is a reconsideration on an item that had already been passed upon and agreed, going back to it requires a two-thirds vote, so that the motion of Member Cabarrubias, duly seconded by Member Zafra, without objection from any member. Let's go back now to item 16 on the reconsideration of Member Cabarrubias.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Member Cabarrubias.
If Honorable Member Osmeña, Mr. Chairman, would agree, we would refer also this item to item 16 to the urban planning, Mr. Chairman. So moved.
Would you yield, Member Osmeña?
Yes, of course,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Also to the Committee on Urban Planning, as moved by Member Cabarrubias, seconded again by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Number 18, Mr. Chair.
Number 18, please.
Yes, this is just a query, actually, because the letter was made to Member Gabuya. So, upon reading it, we were wondering why the spouses, Mr. and Mrs. Villanueva, would ask for financial assistance for their son's bill at amounting to 2,206,000. So we tried to find out the circumstances why this happened, and it was reported that their son drowned in the swimming pool at the City Sports at Abellana.
So what's the pleasure of...
So,
perhaps we would suggest executive session. We want to know from Ricky Ballesteros, the head of that sports complex, what happened, whether there's lifeguard or not, whether we are liable to pay.
Okay.
Is there an insurance?
There's a motion from Member Angeles to conduct an executive session to find out, to look into the circumstances on the death of the late Tomas Carlos Villanueva III, who allegedly drowned in the swimming pool at the Cebu Sports Center. Seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none. Now, can we hear how the date of the executive session?
Can we have the date?
Madam Secretary.
April 6, 2016 is proposed, Mr. Chair.
April 6.
When?
April 6.
April
Can
6.
we also, yes, who are the personalities
can
to
we
be...
invite Ricky Ballesteros, the lifeguard, if there's any?
And of course,
and the parents.
The parents. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Osmeña.
Just on the same note, on
the
the
same- on the
yes,
same item?
Yes, may you just go back. I'm just reading the letter now from the parents, and they say here that they sent a letter last October 13, 2015, to the mayor's office and asking a demand letter for financial assistance. And apparently, it wasn't. They were not given any response. So yes, they were ignored. So may we also ask, whom do we ask in the mayor's office? The secretary? Whoever received?
Maybe the chief of staff? Or
The chief of staff?
The chief of staff.
Belinda? Who is it? Who? Attorney Dino.
Also.
Yes,
So
may we
invite
then
him
request
in the
him to
executive
please
session.
also
Okay.
appear. Thank
Please
you, Mr.
include
Chair.
him in one of those to be invited, Madam Secretary.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, Member Archibald, please.
for 19A, Mr. Villamor actually sent this letter to my office, and I found it very important. And Mr. Villamor is here, Mr. Chairman, and considering that Filipinas Water Resources is a big taxpayer of the city, and this is a matter of life and death of their company. I would like to request for a suspension of the House rules to give way to Mr. Robert Villamor to say his viewpoint about the company standing regarding this concern. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to suspend the House rules to pave the way for
Mr. Ruben Villamor.
Mr. Ruben Villamor, General Manager of Filipinas Water Resources, to give us an insight, to make a presentation on this particular issue. Seconded by Member Arcilla. Discussion. Objection. There being none, the motion is carried. You have now the floor. Mr. Ruben Villamor, you're acknowledged. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Mayor Labella, member of the August Body, good afternoon. My name is Ruben Villamor. I am the General Manager of Filipinas Water Resources based in South Reclamation Project. As a rejoinder, in 2010, the Filipinas Water has a joint venture agreement with the City of Cebu to rehabilitate, finance the water system of SRP, including potable, non-potable, and the wastewater project. With that JV, Filipinas Water had entered into a loan agreement with bank institutions and were able to get a loan of about 800 million to finance the project. Since then, we expect that the SRP, most especially the SMC side, which we have a guaranteed volume contract of about 10,000 per day, to materialize. But of course, SM initial opening was supposedly 2013, and it was moved only November last year, and the current capacity is only about 1,005 cubic meters per day. With the projects that we have in SRP, the process that we have is reverse osmosis, which have a capacity of about 10,000 cubic meters per day. And we have wastewater treatment facilities, which had also a capacity of about 8,000 cubic meters per day. We have laid down all our pipes all along SRP for potable, non-potable, and wastewater. And today, we already start paying our bank obligations, which are enormous. So when SM opened last year, we expected the volume to reach about 3,000, but the actual consumption of SM and the rest of the locators is only about 2,000 cubic meters per day. So we have an excess water right now in SRP of about 8,000 based from our plant capacity. But the capacity of our wells is capable of pumping about 20,000 cubic meters per day. So in 2014, we asked this August body to help us that we could bring our water outside SRP. And then there was a resolution that was given to us that we only allowed to go out from SRP but through MCWD. So since 2014, we negotiated with MCWD that we could deliver bulk water to their pipelines. Until now, of course, it's still in the drawing board. And this is the reason why we come back and ask the city again if we could ask the help of this body that we could go outside SRP, this time putting our pipelines from SRP to our plant facilities in CPA, connecting to our pipelines and distribute water maximum of 10,000 cubic meters per day. The 10,000 cubic meters per day that we could distribute outside the SRP is the excess water that SRP doesn't need. Because if in fact in the next 5 years, we're only expecting that SRP will be using only a maximum of about 5,000 cubic meters per day. So in the meantime, our loans is maturing and we need the help so that we could pay our loans. The 10,000 cubic meters per day that we could bring outside the SRP, the city of Cebu could have a royalty of about 18 million per year. So That's the reason. That's why today, since we cannot go into a contract with the MCWD, because we also find out that the pipelines where we have to connect to them in Mambaling flyover is only capable of about 3,000 cubic meter per day, and at the same time with a pressure of about 90 to 100 psi. So today we ask these bodies to help us if we could allow us to bring our water outside the SRP and distribute it through commercial, industrial, along the route of our pipelines, most especially this time that I think the water of Cebu is very critical, and the dams of MCWD right now is fast going down, and we hope and pray that the body will help us do it. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Villamor. Any comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Member Cabarubias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruben Villamor, unsa may imong kinahanglan nga matabang namo nimo?
I think ang amo lang, Your Honorable Robert Cabarubias, I think ang amo lang gusto na matabang sa city is tagamig authority na makagawas mi sa, because ang JB sa city o sa Pilipinas Water is silent in going out. It's not is silent. So since city is our partner, we ask the courtesy of the city nga digibas ang authority na makagawas mi sa SRP nga magbuhat lig pipelines padung sa among CPA plant, connecting it, and we could supply water through commercial industrial area padung sa North Reclamation Project, and then we could supply about among expectation that we could spend about 10,000 cubic meter per day, which could help us finance our bank loans.
So you wanted us to amend the GB agreement?
Actually, it's not the JB because the JB is silent. It's just a resolution. Because,
I think resolution allowing you to...
Yes,
okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Because we
Out to
already have a
waters.
resolution in 2014 allowing us to go out, but through MCWD. So since we're negotiating with MCWD and until now, still on the table, wala jud may agreement until now. So we came back and asked na rather than going through MCWD, the resolution is just going outside the SRP and make our pipelines directly sa other areas of commercial industry establishment na pwede namo mabutangan ng pipelines.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Villamor. Any question?
But again, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member
so
Archibald.
since, well, SM cannot have a contract with you right now. That's what you're saying. And what you want to do is to bring out power, lines coming from SRP going to private institutions as customers.
That's right.
So
Without coursing through MCWD.
without passing through MCWD.
Yes.
So can it be done, do you think? From the
Yes,
law?
yes, because we already have the plan for that actually, and the initial capex that we're going to use for that is about 70 million, and we're already sourcing the 70 million for that capex, and we're just asking the city to give us the authority to go out.
Okay, what happened if you cannot give water to private institutions? What will happen?
Based on our marketing study, if we're gonna use a pipeline from SRP directly to CPA area, sa may white gold area, the minimum available market we could have there is about 10,000 cubic meter per day.
Yeah, but ang point na ko, Ben, is what happened if you cannot actually give water to the prospective customers? They will continue to pay the bank interest and...
That's right. Since 2013, we start paying already our bank interest, and right now we're already paying the principal, and it's about 13 million a month that we're gonna pay for the 800 million we loan, and we're just asking that if we could put up these pipelines, we could already pay our bank loans, and at the same time, of course, the city will generate about 18 million a year for our royalties.
Okay, so what do you suggest in order for you to do that?
We would ask the City Council to authorize us to go out from SRP to a resolution that we could connect our plants from SRP through the CPA plant area and to deliver only a maximum of 10,000 cubic meter per day.
But, okay, it is very clear from what you have said that the city government is having a joint venture with your company.
Yes.
That if you give water to institutions, private institutions, not actually going through MCWD, you will have to give a share to the city government.
Yes, that's right. Because per cubic meter, based on our JV, we are going to give 5 pesos per cubic meter for the city, and that's equivalent to about 18 million a year for a 10,000 cubic meter per day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Hapson.
Mr. Chair. If I may suggest, Mr. Chair, can we refer this concern to the Chairman Committee on Laws to review the MOA, Mr. Chair?
By way of corollary
venture,
motion
Mr.
later
Chair.
on, I think that's a very appropriate thing to do. Have this referred, and maybe any member will take the cudgel to sponsor the resolution after reason. Yes, Member Angeles?
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ruben wrote a letter to the mayor dated March 2, which was received March 3 by the office of the mayor. Can we not wait for his reply, whether he will be amenable for your request? And then we have to refer this to the legal office as far as legality is concerned, whether there is a violation of the MOA or not, so that we will be guided accordingly, because we cannot just make a resolution without proper legal guidance from the city
In other
legal
words,
office.
before referring to the Committee on Laws,
Yeah, correct.
let's just wait for the mayor's reply
Mayor to
and refer it to the
reply.
city legal office, considering that this is a contract, a joint venture agreement. Then once a resolution is sponsored, refer it to Member Angeles. But I think based from his testimony, time is of the essence, considering that the payments of the loan.
The mayor must act on your letter within 10 days from receipt. So it should have been March 13. He could have made a reply.
No, they don't like.
Okay. Thank you. Any more question to Mr. Villamor? Can we now excuse? Thank you, Mr. Villamor. Thank you. Do I hear any motion to lift the suspension?
Move to lift.
There's a motion to lift the suspension of the House rules, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Let's proceed.
Corollary
Chair?
motion, Mr.
Another
Chair.
corollary motion.
Yes.
Member Cabrera.
For this, for the Pilipinas Water Resources, Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
letter, this issue, I move to refer this to the Committee on Utilities and joint referrals to the Committee on Laws and Utilities, Mr. Chair. For the Ayaw na?
There's a motion to refer also this to the Committee on Utilities, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Member Osmeña.
19C.
19C,
Yes, I move to refer this to Committee on Social Services, Mr. Chair.
referral to the Committee on Social Services, moved by Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman,
Member
this
Archie
is
Valsina.
19D.
19D.
Yes, move to request DWOOP to answer the letter of the resident of Barangay Hipodromo, the name of Mr. Daniel Tim within 10 days. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion of Member Archie Val Sr. Requesting DWOOP to answer the concern of the letter writer, a certain Daniel Tim, seconded by Member Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection. Discussion.
If Member Archival will agree, yes, within 10 days, and to provide this council with a copy of their response, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Yield, Miss. Thank you, Member Archie Val Sr.
20, Mr. Chair.
Number 20,
I move to refer this to Committee on Utilities, Mr. Chair.
referral to the Committee on Utilities, seconded by Member Cabarrubias. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Proposed resolutions and ordinances sponsored by the following city councilors. Item 21, proposed resolutions of Member Zafra.
Member Zafra, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item A, referred to the ad hoc committee for PAGCOR funds.
Referral to this task force, seconded by Members Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item B, Mr. Chair, moving for its approval.
Moving for the approval of item B, seconded. Seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
22, proposed resolutions of Member De Los Santos.
Member De Los Santos, please.
For item 22A, moving for its approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion for approval of Member De Los Santos on item 22A, seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
And for item 22B, moving for its approval, Mr. Chair.
For item 22B, moved by Member De Los
Second.
Santos, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 23, proposed resolutions of Member Cabarrubias.
Member Cabarrubias, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 23, letter A, referred to the Committee on PAGCOR funds, Mr. Chairman.
Referral
moved.
to the Committee on Task Force and PAGCOR, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Or letter B, Mr. Chairman.
Letter B.
Moving for its approval, Mr.
Moving
Chairman.
for
So moved.
approval, seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, for letter C, moving for the approval, Mr. Chairman. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion for approval, Member Cabarrubias, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 24, proposed resolutions of Member Hobson.
Member Hapson, please.
Move to approve item 24A to M in omnibus manner, Mr.
There's an
Chair.
omnibus motion of Member Hapson, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
25,
25.
proposed resolutions of Member Margarita Osmeña.
Member Osmeña, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move for the omnibus approval of items A to M, Mr. Chair.
There's an omnibus motion of Member Osmeña on items A to M of number 25, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member Cabrera.
consideration, Mr. Chair.
Reconsideration on
For
what item?
item L on number 24.
24, there's a motion for reconsideration of Member Cabrera,
Yes.
seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Let's go back to number 24.
If the proponent would agree.
Item 24.
L.
L. As
If
in
the
law.
proponent would agree, can we refer this first to the Committee on Laws?
The proponent here is Member
Hapson.
Hapson. Would you yield, Member Hapson?
No problem, Mr. Chair.
No problem. So referral to the Committee on Laws. Let's proceed. Item
It's the, Mr. Chair, on
26.
item N, 25,
25,
N and O.
M and O.
I have to admit, Mr. Chair, I don't know what to do. This is the one on the COMELEC, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This budget is included in the 2016.
I think this is an area of concern.
But it is a very urgent matter,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Election expense.
A request for the presence of Ma'am Diwa. What she would suggest? What will you do on this matter?
Well, I think in the meantime, it's a reenactment. Yeah.
We cannot do
Yes,
this.
of course.
There's no appropriation,
There's no
Mr. Chair, in the
appropriation on the 2015 budget.
Plus, it's not vital to the...
Yeah. Ma'am Diwa cannot do anything about this. Cannot do anything.
We'll just wait for the
Just wait, yes.
budget budget to be submitted by the
So
executive.
we'll just have this deferred, Member Osmeña?
Yes, Mr.
Deferred.
Chair.
Yes, okay.
So I defer items N and O, Mr. Chair.
Next
Item 26, proposed ordinance of Member Gabuya Jr. entitled, an ordinance providing monthly honorarium of 10,000 pesos to members of Barangay Volunteer Fire Brigades of Cebu City and to provide necessary funds thereof.
I will take the cudgel for Member Kabuya. Yes, Member Osmeña.
Yes, on behalf of Member Gabuya, I move to refer this to the Committee on Laws, Mr. Chair.
Referral to the Committee on Laws, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
27, proposed resolutions and ordinance of Member Cabrera.
Member Cabrera, please.
Yes. For item E and B, moving for its omnibus approval, Mr.
There's a
Chair.
motion for approval on items 27A and B, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
For item C, refer this to the Committee on Laws.
Item C, referral to the Committee on Laws, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 28, proposed resolution of Members Andales and Safra.
Members Andeles and Zafra.
Together with Member Safra and who is present now, moving for its approval, item 28.
There's a motion of member joint motion, members Andales and Safra, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item
Also,
29, proposed resolutions of Member Andales.
Member Andales, please.
Yeah, moving for its omnibus approval, A and B, the Chair, together
for
with Honorable Safra and Tumola.
Moving for the omnibus approval, item
A and B.
29, together with Member Safra only because
Okay.
Tumulak is out of the session hall. Seconded, discussion, objection, there being none, motion is carried.
Item 30, proposed resolution of Member Dizon.
Member Dizon, who will take the cudgel of Member Dizon?
Mr. Chair,
Member Cabrera. on
moving
behalf
for
of
its
Member-
approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion for approval of Member Cabrera, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being
Mr. Chair,
none.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member Hapson.
if I may suggest, Member Cabrera, Mr. Chair, to split this into two resolutions, Mr.
Member
Chair.
Cabrera, would you yield to the sound suggestion
Yes,
of Member
Mr.
Hapson?
Chair.
Split into two resolutions.
Respectfully reminding the vision for the welfare of urban poor, and the second one requesting the Cebu City Local Housing Board.
Thank you, Member Hapson. Thank you, Member Cabrera, for yielding to the suggestion of Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
31, proposed resolution of Member Archibald Sr.
Member Archibald Sr.
The Chairman, move to approve.
There's
Number
a motion.
31, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion for approval of Member Archibald Sr., seconded by Member Cabarubias. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 32, proposed ordinance of Member Arcilia entitled, an ordinance establishing an agricultural loan facility to duly accredited association of marginalized farmers and fisher folks association.
Member Arcilia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chairman, there is a minor amendment because this is for final deliberation. My secretary were not able to attach the first endorsement letter for final deliberation. So we already conducted public hearing on this, Mr. Chairman. So I move for the approval of this ordinance, Mr. Chairman.
So, but here it is not for final deliberation on the agenda.
That's why I move, Mr. Chairman, if we can make an amendment, final deliberation on the proposed ordinance.
Have we furnished each a copy of the members? Let us hear from the chairman of the Committee on Laws, Member Andales. What is your opinion on this? This is not calendared for final deliberation. I think
Okay.
we should have this calendared for final
I
deliberation.
just asked a favor from my colleagues, Mr. Chairman. I give them already a copy early this morning, Mr. Chairman, if possible. If they have comments or additional inputs to this ordinance, Mr. Chairman, kindly send as early as possible to my office, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Arcilia. There's a request from Member Arcilia for the other members to peruse the draft of the proposed measure and for you to make your comments if you find it necessary, and submit the same to the office of the Honorable Alvin Arcilla.
Mr. Chairman,
Deferment.
yes. Consideration, Mr. Chairman, for
Reconsideration.
item 31. This is together with Councilor
Item-
Nida Cabrera.
Item 31.
Yes.
Just on the sponsorship measure, so just include Member Cabrera as one of the co-authors. Let's proceed.
Item 33.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Hapson.
Clarification, Mr. Chair.
Clarification.
Parliamentary, Mr. Chair, on item 32.
Item
May
32.
I ask what is our action on this item,
Deferment.
Mr. Chair? Deferred or?
Deferment.
Okay.
Deferment. Let's proceed, Madam Secretary.
33. Proposed resolutions of Member Abella.
Member Abella.
Mr. Chairman, moving for the approval for item A. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion for approval on item 33A, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Discussion.
Has this been referred to the Committee on Laws already?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have already referred this to the Committee on Laws.
There's a favorable comment from the Committee on Laws.
Yes.
There was a...
He was just asking for the legal opinion from the legal office, Mr. Chairman.
As the
From the
legal
city
office,
legal.
as has the legal office submitted its opinion already.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Interposing no objection. Thank you, Member Abella. No more question, no more objection. The motion of Member Abella is hereby carried.
For item B, Mr. Chairman, moving for its approval.
On item B, moving for its approval, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion. Objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Item 34. Proposed resolutions of Member Wenceslao.
Member Wenceslao, please.
Mr. Chairman, on item A, Mr. Chair,
Item A,
I would like to refer this to the chairman and the committee on ad hoc.
ad hoc committee,
PAGCOR.
referral on
Funds.
PAGCOR, seconded
On
by
item
Member
B,
Zafra. Discussion,
moving-
objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Item B,
Moving for its approval, Mr. Chairman.
there's a motion for approval on item B, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On item C, Mr. Chair, moving for its approval. So move, Mr.
On
Chairman.
item C, moving for the approval, seconded by Member Zafra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Item 35. Proposed resolutions of Member Tumulak.
Member
Chairman.
Tumulak is not around.
Mr. Chairman, in behalf of Member Tumulak, I move for the approval of item A, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Moving for approval on item A, on 35, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Discussion.
I know, it is here that the fire occurred on January 20, so that was almost 2 months ago. So my question is, why only now? And has the city already used the calamity funds without even the declaration?
Can you answer the query,
And
Member?
Because it's 2 months already,
Yes.
and the calamity, although it is a state of
Yes,
calamity,
state of calamity.
Certainly, no,
There's a
there's
query.
no objection to that, but why only now is my question. And number 2,
Anybody could answer the question? Can we just have this deferred for a while? Deferment. Next item.
Same as item letter B, Mr. Chairman.
Also
Move for deferment.
on item because Member Tumulak is the one who could answer the questions propounded by Member Osmeña. Next item.
And for items 35 C and D, I move for omnibus
There's an
manner, Mr.
omnibus motion for approval on items C and D of number 35, seconded by Member Archival Senior. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
36. Proposed resolution of Members Carillo and Abella.
Members Carillo and Abella. Abella, Carillo, Carillo, Abella.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was informed by Mr. Caballero that he has already submitted all the requirements to the office of Member Andales. In deference, Mr. Chair, for Member Andales to peruse the documents submitted by Quireno Caballero, I defer the discussion on this resolution for a week, Mr. Chair. So move.
There's a motion for deferment from Member Carrillo, pending perusal by the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Laws, seconded by Member Wenceslao. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 37, final deliberation on the proposed ordinance of Member Cecilio Andales entitled, an ordinance amending the title sections 1, 2, and 3 of Ordinance Number 2407 entitled, an ordinance reclassifying the vacant positions of 2 local legislative staff assistant 3, Office of the Secretariat, Sangguniang Panglungsod, to 2 peace and order officers and appropriating funds thereof.
Member Andales, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, last October 22, 2014, this August body passed approved City Ordinance Number 2407, entitled Ordinance Reclassifying Vacant Positions of 2 Local Legislative Staff Assistant 3, Office of Secretariat, Sangguniang Panglungsod. However, based on the submitted personnel schedule for budget year 2016 from the HRM. Ann Suson? Based from the head of the HRDO, Attorney Suson, he made a clarification that this local legislative staff third should be changed to peace and order officers and appropriating funds thereof. Moving for its approval, Mr. Chair, to conform to the proposed personnel schedule for budget year 2016 as submitted by HRDO.
Motion for approval of member.
Yes, sir.
Seconded by Member Abella. So what's the term? What's the term now?
It should be peace and officer, peace and order officer.
It's like the Sargento de Armas.
Yeah, like that.
Armas. So it's peace officer 2 or 3. No,
there are
no.
2 peace officer of peace and order officer.
Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. The proposed amendatory measure of Member Andales is hereby approved.
Move to suspend
to-
House.
There's a motion to suspend the House rules again.
Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Member Safra. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is
Chair.
carried. Yes, Member Safra, let's hear
Thank you,
Member
Mr. Chair.
Safra, Member Osmeña.
Mr. Chair.
Resolved to declare the whole city of Cebu, especially the 31 mountain barangays, under state of preparedness, and to direct all departments to submit their respective plans in order to lessen the impact of the El Nino that is now badly being felt by the mountain barangay residents, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Safra, state of preparedness in the mountain barangay, seconded by Member Archival Senior. Discussion, objection, there being discussion, Member Osmeña.
Yes, just a clarification. I think Member Safra mentioned all the whole city, but specifically the 31.
Upland.
Yes,
Upland.
Madam Chair.
Upland
Especially the
Especially.
upland barangays, the 31 upland barangays.
So all barangays of the city?
Yes.
Only upland barangays?
All. No.
All barangays,
All barangays.
especially
All barangays.
the 31 one.
All na lang.
All na lang, sige, all na lang.
Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
And
Mr.
Member
Chair.
De Los
clarification,
Santos.
Mr. Chair.
Are we still on the discussion?
Yes,
Discussion.
just to ask to submit to whom will they submit? Miss, may I ask?
To submit their plans of action to the City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office Executive Director.
Copy Furnace, the Sanggunian.
Yes,
Copy
and
Furnace Sanggunian.
perhaps to give them a
March 23 until to submit the same not later than March 23 next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Let's
Chair.
hear Member De Los Santos.
Chair.
Is it another resolution? Member?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Member De Los Santos, I think I acknowledge her first. Member De Los Santos.
In behalf of Member Gabuya, Mr. Chair, to resolve to grant 10%, I'll just go directly to the resolving
Go ahead,
clause.
please.
Resolve to grant 10% amusement tax exemption to the gross admission receipts to Ala Promotions Incorporated in cooperation with ABS-CBN for bringing in to the heart of the city of Cebu the highly anticipated and the biggest sporting event to hit the city this part of the year. The fight that will feature WBO World Title Defense Nonito, the Filipino Flash Donaire for WBO World Super Bantamweight title against Zolt Bedak of Hungary on April 23, 2016. And to authorize, furthermore, Mr. Chair, to authorize the Acting Secretary of the Sangguniang to furnish copies of the resolution to the City Treasurer's Office and to Ms. Jaina Alvarez, Director of the Boxing Operations of Ala Sports Promotions International Incorporated, for their information and guidance. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member De Los Santos, seconded by Member Osmeña. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
For
Member, yes, Member De Los Santos, you have some more.
I have two,
Yes.
but this one I cannot read. I cannot read directly to the resolving clause. So I hope I can read this with justice, Mr. Chair. No?
Whereas clauses.
Whereas Philippine College of Physicians (PCP) just released the result of the Philippine Specialty Board of Internal Medicine examination conducted last March 6, 2016, at the University of Santo Tomas College of Medicine Building, España, Manila. Whereas PCP is an umbrella organization of internists in the Philippines and was organized 61 years ago. The three main reasons of PCP's existence are: one, continuing medical education of internists and other physicians; two, certification and regulation of the subspecialty of internal medicine; three, accreditation and certification of the training programs of internal medicine in the Philippines. Whereas the vision of the said organization states, a world-class organization of physicians that sets the highest standards and ethical ideals in the practice of internal medicine and provides dynamic leadership in the promotion of health and quality of life, in the management of disease, and in the formulation of relevant health policies. Whereas one of the successful examinees is Dexter Giovanni Arellano Andales, MD.IM, who is a resident of Cebu City, graduated from Southwestern University Matias H. Asnar Memorial College of Medicine, and finished his medical technology degree from Veles College, Cebu City, Philippines, and is presently teaching in University of Cebu School of Medicine and a resident physician of Adventist Hospital, Cebu City. He is a proud son of Honorable Cisnio M. Andales, who is a member of this august body. Therefore, resolved to commend and congratulate Dexter Giovanni Arellano Andales, MD.IM, who is one of the successful examinees last March 6, 2016, Philippine Specialty Board of Internal Medicine examination for his exemplary and praiseworthy achievement and making Cebu City proud. Resolved finally to authorize the Acting Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglusod to furnish a copy of this resolution to Dexter Giovanni A. Andales, Honorable Cisnio M. Andales, Cebu City, Philippines, for information and reference. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member De Los Santos,
Second.
seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion,
In mass,
objection.
in mass, Mr. Chair.
There's a move for a mass motion. Member De Los Santos, would you yield to a mass motion? So approve in mass.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Member Carillo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Resolved to approve the application of Rolene Resurrection, Nursing Attendant 1 of Cebu City Health Department for study leave benefit for the period of March 9 until June 6, 2016 for the purpose of preparing and taking the nursing board examination, Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Carillo, seconded
Second.
by Member
Second.
Osmeña. Richard, Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Member
I just have,
Osmeña,
one. I'll just go straight to the resolving
Go
clause,
ahead,
Mr.
Member
Chair.
Osmeña.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolve to grant full amusement tax exemption to Sacred Heart School Ateneo, batch 1985 foundation on their gross admission receipts, organizing a theatrical work entitled Living La Vida Imelda at Cebu Country Club, April 1 to 2. Resolve further to authorize the City Secretary to furnish a copy resolution to the City Treasurer's Office and to Mr. Raymond Chu, Project Chairman, both of the City, for their information and guidance. So move, Mr.
There's a
Chairman.
motion of Member Richard Osmeña, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Member Hapson,
I will just go to the resolving
can
clause,
we
Mr. Chair.
request silence in the gallery, please? Be silent because we are still having our session. Go ahead, Member Hapson.
Can I go to
Go ahead.
directly to the resolving clause, Mr. Chair? To declare some Barangay Sambag Uno under the state of calamity as a result of the fire which got in shock last March 1, 2015 at around 3:55 p.m., Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Hapson, seconded by Member Abella. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Member Cabarubias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whereas the Commission on Election issued a memorandum dated March 3, 2016 on advisory on processing of requests for exemption from public works ban, enumerating therein the prohibition stated in Section 261, Paragraph V and Paragraph W of the Omnibus Election Code. I'll just go to the
Go ahead,
clause, Mr.
Member
Chairman.
Cabarubias.
Resolved to request all concerned personnel of the Executive Department, including the Bids and Awards Committee, to strictly comply with Section 261, Paragraph V and Paragraph W. Resolved further to request the Acting Secretary of the Sangguniang Panglungsod to provide copies of this resolution to the attached COMELEC memorandum to the members of the Local Finance Committee, Bids and Awards Committee, Department of Engineering and Public Works, Department of Social and Welfare Services for their information and guidance. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion of Member Cabarubias, seconded by Member Wenceslao. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Another, Mr. Chairman. last,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chairman.
please.
To allow the Seventh-day Adventist Youth Organizer to put up 20 pieces information banners for the period of March 14 to 19, 2016, along Osmeña Boulevard, going to Plaza Independencia, Cebu City. Resolve further to authorize the City Secretary to furnish copies of this resolution to City Treasurer's Office, Office of the Building Official, and Seventh-day Adventist Youth Organizer for their information and guidance and appropriate action. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Again, there's a motion of Member Cabarubias, seconded by Member Wenceslao. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Archival Sr.
Yeah, I'm going go directly to the resolving clause.
Go ahead,
Resolve
please.
to amend the resolving clause of SP Resolution Number 13-2905, thus 2015, in order to read as follows: Resolve to charge against PAGCOR funds the amount of 400,000 pesos for the procurement of 6 units bulletproof jacket for Cebu City Police (CCPO). Resolve to authorize the Board Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of the resolution, the Office of the Mayor and Police Superintendent Benjamin Dumlao Santos Jr., Cebu City Police Director, for the information and guidance. So move.
There's a motion of Member Archival Sr., seconded by Member Cabarubias. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Any more resolutions? Shall we now hear?
Move to adjourn, Mr.
There's a
Chair.
motion to adjourn by Member Osmeña, seconded by Member. Adjourn. Let's have a 5 minutes recess prior
Yes.
to the executive session proceedings.